Good evening, everybody. I now call to order the regular meeting of the City Council and Housing Authority of Tuesday, January 21st, 2025. Please note, if you're attending for the previously noticed Jamboree housing item, it has been removed from the agenda and will not be considered tonight. We are most likely going to hear that at our February 4th meeting. That's our plan at this point. So now please stand, and we have a video to play the national anthem, and then let's say the Pledge of Allegiance together. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States. All right, thank you very much, everyone. Now it's time for our moment of solemn expression, led today, as we've had before, with the Pastor Emeritus of Calvary Chapel Church, Dave Mann. Dave, you have the floor.
Thank you.
Hold on one. I got to get your mic on. Got it. Wait. Got it.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. It's so good to be with all of you again as we begin a brand new year. And so we don't go on last year's blessing. We're going to pray and ask for a fresh blessing as we start this new year, and let's pray together. Father, we come together and ask for blessing upon our city of Costa Mesa once again. Our meeting this evening, the business and issues and decisions set before us. Lord, bless our mayor, each council member, all our city officials and departmental staff. Bless the police department, Lord Jesus. Bless the chief, the entire police force and staff, fire department here in Costa Mesa, the chief, the captains, the entire response staff and fire and rescue here in Costa Mesa. Pray for our water district, the city yard and operations throughout the city, and all the businesses and residents residing here in Costa Mesa. Lord Jesus, we thank you for your continued presence, guidance, protection, and love towards us and our city. We lift up also our neighboring cities and the United States, that you would extend blessing upon all. We ask this in Christ's name, amen. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor, very much. Madam Clerk, would you please do the roll call?
Mr. Mayor, the record will reflect that all council is present.
Excellent. Great attendance, council. Madam City Attorney, you have a closed session report?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No reportable action was taken in closed session this evening, but direction was given. Thank you.
Okay, so we're very pleased to have one presentation tonight, our vector control update. So Mr. Turpett and Laura Young, please come forward and talk to us about mosquitoes and such.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm Bill Turpett, serving for the past 4 years as the city's representative on the Orange County Mosquito and Vector Control District. For the two new council members, Mr. Pettis and Mr. Booley, first let me congratulate you on your recent elections. I'm a 45-year resident of Costa Mesa, and for the past 20 years, one of my neighbors has been Fairview Park. It's my honor tonight to introduce to the council the 2-year new general manager of the district, Laura Young. Laura has been a senior district administrative staff member for a number of years at the district, working directly with the prior district manager, Rick Howard. I can tell you that the Board of Trustees has recently expressed its gratitude to Laura for her excellent performance over the past 2 years. She was invited tonight to give you a very brief update on Costa Mesa's general vector control status on a couple specific issues and to answer your questions. Laura?
Thank you, Bill, and thank you, Council, for allowing me to speak tonight. I am going to keep this very high level and brief. As you know, with any specialty, I could probably speak on this for hours, but I know you guys don't want to hear about mosquitoes for hours. So just a brief overview. The Orange County Mosquito and Vector Control District is an independent special district. We're one of 2 that serve the whole county of Orange, and we have a 35-member board, 1 from each city representative, and your representative is Bill Turpett. And as a independent special district, we have our own funding and are governed by the Health and Safety Code. I always like to start off with what is a vector, because depending on where you are in your field, you may not realize that insects are vectors. And what a vector is basically any animal or insect that can transmit a disease or a parasite from one animal or person to another. It's a really broad topic. Anybody can be vectors, even people. But we are really focused on the insect side of things. So for us, it's mosquitoes, red imported fire ants, roof rats, filth flies, and then we do surveillance for fleas and ticks. I'm going to focus on mosquitoes today because I have only a few minutes, but if you want me to ever come back and talk about any of the other insects we control for, please let me know. So we are a full-service agency, and what I mean by that is we do provide extensive education. We work with your PR teams to do education presentations, have pamphlets out, and do social media outreach to the residents. We also are one of the few vector controls in the state that have a full-service lab, means we do our own pathogen testing in-house, so we can turn around any mosquito disease testing within 24 hours. And we test for not only mosquitoes, but we also test birds and fleas on possums to find if there's any disease prevalent. A big portion of our work and what residents see are the controlling of those vectors. So majority of that is source reduction. If we can get rid of what is causing that vector to be in abundance, then we can eliminate those sources. Biological control are mosquito fish, and I'll talk a little bit more about how we use those, and then chemical control, which is our larvicide, our adulticide, and then one of our newer projects that we're looking into, which is our sterile insect technique, or SIT. So to give you a big snapshot of 2024 in Costa Mesa of vector control, we had 82 calls from residents regarding various different vectors. We inspected pools 166 times. That's not 166 pools in your city, but 166 times. Typically, we inspect pools 3 times a year, and these are all non-service pools or out-of-service pools that can be a potential mosquito breeding sources. We have about 30 acres of flood channels that we treat during the summer season, and our inspection treatment sites are routine sites that we go to routinely every couple of weeks to every month in the season, which is typically from March all the way to November. Our underground systems, most people don't think about the whole system of water under our feet that can also be a good mosquito breeding sources. So those are all the manholes, and we do treatments of those routinely every 12 days during the mosquito breeding season. As far as disease activity, last year was a very mild West Nile virus year. So we had 0 positive mosquito pools out of Costa Mesa and 0 human cases. We only had 1 West Nile virus human case in the whole county, which was in Huntington Beach. You did have 1 travel-related dengue case, and that means someone came in after traveling with active dengue virus. We had a total of 59 in the whole county. And this year was the first year that California had repeated local dengue transmission. So this was the second year we had, in Southern California, we had 18 local dengue transmissions in all the counties surrounding us but Orange County. So for us, for dengue, it's not a question of when we will get local transmission. It's not a question of if we will get it, it's when, and we anticipate 2025 we will probably have local transmission of dengue due to increased travel of visitors from other regions. I did want to talk a little bit about one of our inspection treatment sites, which is Fairview Park Wetlands. Fairview Park Wetlands is one of the areas some of our staff, our special services staff, spends significant time in. We spend about 100 minutes per visit, and we visit the site about 12 times per year. This is a managed wetlands, and so we have had significant mosquito hatch-offs in this area. In 2022, we identified some sources that could be causing those mosquito sources. In 2023, we started working with the city staff and came up with a vector management plan, and that was implemented in late 2023 and all the way through 2024, and I'll show you how that plan has come to fruition. So once we applied that plan, we did see significant decrease in mosquito sources. Oh, and that graph is not coming up for some reason. I will tell you that in 2022, it was significantly high. We're getting about thousands of mosquitoes. And then in 2024, it dropped to about 40 mosquitoes on average. And part of that was the ability of the city staff to work with your maintenance contractor to clear pathways so our staff had safe access to be able to treat. Because one of our goals is just to be able to get access to where those adult mosquitoes could be harboring, and so that we can treat it and prevent those hatch-offs that are going to be impacting those communities right next door to Fairview Wetlands. That vegetation management also helps reduce the areas where mosquitoes have access to breed as well. So I don't know why that graph is not appearing, but I'm happy to send it to you. So I know I was told I had only a few minutes, but I do want to talk to you about what 2025 we anticipate. With the continued drought or lack of rain this winter season, we do anticipate we'll have more mosquito activity in 2025. And you may be wondering why less water means more mosquitoes. And that means the result is because more people are watering and doing landscape maintenance, so we have more urban drool. And so therefore we have more sources of mosquitoes in the neighborhoods and urban areas. So we typically see drought breeds disease for us. And so we will be anticipating increased mosquito activity as well as increased disease activity in 2025. We will also be conducting the third year of our SIT project down in Mission Viejo, which is to irradiate male mosquitoes to mate with wild female mosquitoes to see if this will drive down the population of our urban mosquitoes. These are specifically related to our urban Aedes aegypti mosquitoes, or as many people call them, ankle biters, because they bite around your ankles and knees. These are not impacted by our wetland mosquitoes, which is a completely different species of mosquitoes. So what I ask of you as leaders in the community is, as we go into 2025 and begin to prepare for the summer season, make sure that you are aware of the message you are sending out to your residents to be proactive in vector control and mosquito awareness, to check their yards, wear repellent, and educate their neighbors. As a city, to participate in our campaign to make sure that your residents are fully prepared for what they can do to keep their families safe. And then invite the district to any community outreach events and presentations you may have, such as Earth Days, concerts in the park. We're happy to attend and provide outreach to your residents at those events. So with that, I hope that we can work together to help the Costa Mesa residents be responsible for the shared responsibility of vector control and really take action and protect our neighborhoods. So thank you, and I'm available to take any questions you may have.
Council, do you have any questions for either Mr. Turpin or Ms. Young? Yes. Oh, your button's not working? Hold on one second. Discussion mode, you got it.
Okay. Hi, thank you for the presentation. I had two questions. So we recently had the county recently hosted a meeting on the Talbert Park Master Plan. And the question came up several times from residents who live near Talbert Park about different spraying activity in the park. I'm assuming some of that activity is vector control. So is vector control active in Talbert Park? And if so, is there any public postings of when vector control is out there doing, especially spraying? Because I think that's what catches people's attention.
So if we're doing any type of control, we typically will send an email to the city to notify them prior to any of that activity, and then we will notify via our social media, and then we will notify anybody on our mailing list of those activities. And those are in areas like parks or public access. It's a different process if we're doing residential spraying.
So, so residents, so sorry to interrupt, because it's a county park, so we probably don't get those notifications, but could Costa Mesa residents sign up for mailing lists about Talbot Park activity?
Correct.
Good.
So
Okay.
even though it's a county park, because it's adjacent and in the Costa Mesa vicinity, we typically will notify the city of Costa Mesa because we realize your residents are bordering that park, even though you may not have jurisdiction over that specific park.
Okay, that's helpful. And then second question, I know there was a concern as we moved to implement the SB 1383, the increase in collection of green waste. There was a concern about rats, and I'm curious if you've seen any uptick in that in your controls.
It's a good question, and we looked into that last year when it was being implemented. It hasn't been fully implemented. We have not, to answer your question directly, we have not seen an increase in rat activity based on that legislation. But we have talked to some of our counterparts in Alameda County that have a more fully implemented program. And they have said that if it's not done correctly and education is not provided to the residents on proper storage and how to dispose of that, it can result in some increased activity in residents. So that's making sure that that little bin is not outside because it's just a plastic little bin and rats can chew through it, making sure it's getting disposed in the bigger green waste or whatever color your bins are, and that's getting properly closed and it's not cracked open. So there's some education. So we have worked with the sanitation departments to help them with education to circumvent any rodent issues they may have.
Best practices. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome. Any other questions, comments, or anything like that? Anyway, I just want to say, because I've had a lot of communication with people that live on Swan Drive, and it's one of my favorite streets, but I like to talk to them about stuff other than mosquitoes. And I will say that I don't have a graph, but I've gotten a lot fewer complaints in the last few years. So I would attribute that to the work of the city and our contractor, and also especially Vector. So I'm very grateful for that. I'm sure the people on Swan Drive are too. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. We appreciate the collaborative work we're being able to do with the city to help those residents enjoy their backyards.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Everybody good? Got it? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we're going to go to public comment. So in public comment, you get 3 minutes. You could talk about any item that's either on the consent calendar or anything else. You can't talk about items that are on the regular calendar. You got to wait until that item comes up. You get your 3 minutes. You're going to hear a beep at that time. 2 minutes, you'll hear a beep, and when you hear the beep, you got a minute to wrap up. So we're going to go to people in the council chambers first, then we're going to go to people on Zoom, and if you're speaking in Spanish translation, you get 5 minutes as opposed to 3. Ma'am, you got the floor.
Thank you so much. My name is Rachel McIntyre, and I'm an avid tennis player. I play tennis at the Costa Mesa Tennis Center 2 to 3 times a week. And I'd first and foremost like to thank you for funding the brand new courts and the lights. They are absolutely amazing. What I'm here today, though, is to advocate, along with approximately 40 folks who were kind enough to sign a petition, is to get more lights in the actual tennis court parking lot. As of right now, there is not a single light that actually is focused on that parking lot. So as you can imagine, there are many reasons why it's very positive to get lights there, and the most important is obviously safety. So to be seen and to see. And as a woman walking at night in that area on my own is very uncomfortable. So you'll see out of these 40, 60% of these signatures are women, and I think that's very important to bring out. I got these 40 signatures within 2 hours on play last Tuesday. Needless to say, I'm missing my tennis game to be here because I think it's very important. But I also want to let you know I've been recommended to go to park, for instance, at the dog park. Today when I went by at 5:35, there were only 10 parking spots. So it's really not going to be enough to service this, and especially since we've added the pickleball courts. If that goes into full swing, that's 32 people outside of approximately 44 people that can be playing at the same time, and the large majority of those play at night. So you're going to need every parking space to accommodate that, and so I'm here tonight to just ask for you to consider, if it's not already on your radar, to look at adding lights to that parking lot. And I think it's really important to you be aware the person that actually works on Tuesday nights at the tennis court front desk has to go around back that's completely dark and come out, turn the lights off and come out. She walks through there with a flashlight and a baseball bat. And I just think that is absolutely unacceptable as a employee of an organization that is servicing the Costa Mesa citizens. So thank you so much for giving me this minute to share with you. I hope you'll take this in consideration and execute on those lights. We'll definitely need them as next winter comes along and the pickleball courts pick up. We'll need every single parking spot. Anything else? This is my first time, so hopefully I hit every box, and if there's anything else or any questions, I'm happy to answer anything.
You did great.
Thank you.
You did great. You got it in under 3 minutes. Great job, yes. And a great comment.
All right, thank you
Yes.
very much.
Thank you. Yes, Flo.
Flo Martin. I've been a resident of Costa Mesa for 58 years. I am a member of the Active Transportation Committee since its inception. I'm also a founding member and board member of the Costa Mesa Alliance for Better Streets. Through public records request, I got some data about traffic safety that concern me. From year 2019 to the end of 2024, we had 3,542 crashes with injury in Costa Mesa. 400 of them were with a cyclist and 316 with a pedestrian like me. And I walked 5 miles today and I was threatened by a red light runner just once, which is a record. Usually it's more than one. 2019, total citations by the PD was over 10,000. Traffic stops were over 11,000. 2023, yikes. Total citations down to over 8,000, and traffic stops almost half, over 6,000. The Transportation Injury Mapping System indicates that Costa Mesa ranked in 2023, ranked 36 out of all cities in California for any level of injury in crashes. Costa Mesa ranked 21 out of all cities in Costa Mesa for fatalities and serious injuries. Costa Mesa was in the top 100 cities for pedestrian fatalities. The Office of Transportation Safety indicates that Costa Mesa ranks have deteriorated, have worsened in the category of crashes involving alcohol, drivers drinking between the ages of 21 and 34, pedestrian injuries and fatalities, pedestrians over 65 years of age worsened in the last few years. Bicycle crashes worsened in the last few years in Costa Mesa. Bicycle crashes for kids under 15 worsened in Costa Mesa. And speed-related crashes worsened. Nighttime crashes worsened.
That's it, you hit the post. Yes.
Good evening, Council. Jay Humphrey, Costa Mesa resident. Happy New Year. May it be auspicious for you. May you move forward with good things for the Costa Mesa community. In light of what she just said, part of the process is we have these new e-bikes that are becoming more and more of a problem, and I would appreciate this council taking action as soon as possible, sooner rather than later. Huntington Beach has an ordinance that they're using to try and address that, so it may be sensible to take a look around and see what other people are doing. The bikes themselves are not dangerous. It's the people on the bikes doing stupid things because they can go faster. So I would really appreciate you guys looking into that. Speaking of Huntington Beach, the small city, medium-sized cities, pardon me, 100,000 to 250,000, has the highest rental rate for 3-bedroom homes in the United States. The highest rental rate. Costa Mesa, as I've reported before, is second in that list, among other cities close to us like Irvine and, of course, Newport Beach, which is the highest in the nation. But those cities are all around Costa Mesa. You know, it's interesting. Costa Mesa's rates of rental is about the same as those other cities, are all around Costa Mesa. But they don't have a Measure Y and never did have a Measure Y. And it's interesting that Costa Mesa, with a Measure Y, who we were told was inhibiting our community's ability to do certain things and would lower our rents by changing to Measure K, Measure K made those promises. We have not seen rentals go down in Costa Mesa. In fact, they're still the second highest. If you look at that, part of that Measure K was to make an affordable housing ordinance, and you did that. That was wonderful. Unfortunately, what you did is you also made the in lieu fee be half of what your paid consultant recommended. So consequently, what's going to happen is builders, when they build housing in Costa Mesa, because they want market rate, pardon me, they are going to charge market rate and pay that in lieu fee, almost guaranteeing that the amount of affordable housing, therefore bringing down the rents of Costa Mesa residents, will evaporate. So I would ask this council to rethink that position and look at what's good for Costa Mesa, what's good for our future. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Muy buenas tardes. Es mi primera vez aquí y lo voy a exponer en español. Prácticamente yo vengo porque estoy alojada en un hotel y con mis niños y pues de hecho tuve un accidente y vine acá para pedir ayuda con respecto a que no quiten el programa que ayuda a familias a alojarse como en un hotel para no estar viviendo en un carro. A mí me dijeron que me van a cortar la ayuda en el mes de enero y la verdad todavía no tengo un lugar como poder pagar una renta, puesto que soy mamá soltera y pues vine acá el día de hoy para que por favor siguieran ayudando a las familias como yo, que estamos en la necesidad todavía por el alto costo de una renta que está pasando acá. mis niños han crecido y han vivido acá, están yendo a las escuelas de acá de Costa Mesa y para mí es muy difícil cambiarme de ciudad puesto que en mi estado estoy ya prácticamente en un trabajo y estoy tratando de demostrar que no quiero vivir de una ayuda, simplemente quiero un soporte mientras no puedo trabajar bien en mi condición. Y pues pedir de favor que no me quitaran la ayuda por el momento porque se me está haciendo difícil encontrar un apartamento para mis hijos y para mí. Y pues quería saber o pedir por favor que si pudieran de alguna manera seguir ayudándome con estar alojada en el hotel, lo cual me estoy beneficiando con mis niños por el momento. Y si tienen alguna pregunta para mí, como les dije, es la primera vez que estoy acá y no sé. Estoy nerviosa, perdón, y con mucho miedo. Gracias.
Hi, my name is Miriam Melendez. Good evening. It's my first time here, and I'll be talking in Spanish. I'm staying at a motel with my kids. They are telling us that they're going to cut the help in the program. I don't have money to pay for another place. They told us that the help is going to be cut this month. I am a single mom. I'm here to ask you to please continue to help us with this rent assistance. The cost of to pay for rent is really high. My kids live here. They have grown up here. They have been raised here. I am here in Costa Mesa. It will be hard for me to leave now. I just found a job, and I just need the help right now. I do have a condition, and I'm here to ask you to please don't take away this help. It is hard for us to find an apartment due to the high cost of housing. So I'm here to ask you if you could please help us to stay at the hotel because it is helping me and my family right now. Again, this is my first time here. I'm a little nervous. I'm a little afraid. I'm afraid. And if you have any questions for me, I'm here to answer.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Hi, I have some slides, HSS slides. All right. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Matt Garcia, and I'm a Costa Mesa resident and the 2025 Harbor Soaring Society, or HSS, president. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. HSS, next slide. HSS is a 501c3 nonprofit and an Academy of Model Aircraft chartered club. The organization was formed in 1964 and has flown in Fairview Park since that year. Last year, our 2024 president, David Tecker, celebrated HSS's 60th anniversary. This year, we celebrate 61 years of flying at Fairview Park. Next slide. Here's the city's map of the current runway and flying field. The runway is approximately 345 feet by 80 feet. Next slide. Here's the city's map from March of 2016. This was the official city map when Measure A passed in 2016. It shows a significant amount of infrastructure in existence at the flying field. For example, the field is wheelchair accessible from 2 parking lots and has power at the flying area. The pit area is also fenced. The location was used for gas model aircraft in the 60s, 70s, and early 80s, as well as gliders. In the 80s, electric-powered planes and motor gliders became prevalent. Flying has occurred in this location as well as on the slope. This activity is existing use of this area, and it has been for decades. Next slide. HSS operates under 3 principles: always operate safely, minimize impact to the environment, and maximize community benefit. Since July 2023, HSS has demonstrated 18 months of well-managed operations. Next slide. With respect to safety, HSS membership is required to fly at Fairview Park, and this is important because it allows HSS to enforce flying field rules. This has only been the case since the field reopened in 2023. Next slide. HSS works with staff and follows U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service's recommendations to minimize our impact on the sensitive wildlife that we share space with at Fairview Park. Next slide. And finally, HSS works to maximize the benefit to the community. We support Lisa Snowden and the teachers at Newport Mesa USD. Some of the places or events that we have been in the last 18 months: Scarecrow Festival, Rhea Elementary's Abbott Academy, Victoria Elementary's Spring Fling, East Bluff Elementary's STEM Expo, Lions Club Fish Fry, Soy, Think Together. This is not the whole list. Next slide. This April will be our 18th year at Imaginology. We typically have a 40 by 100 foot booth and make over 1,100 gliders with the children and family members. Next slide. We participate at restoration events. Next slide. We support the engineering program at Estancia High School. Next slide. All these photos are from the last 18 months. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. We get a tremendous amount of walk-ups at the field. This is from Imaginology last year. Next slide. Thank you for the...
Gotcha. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Jen Tanaka. I'm a Costa Mesa resident. Happy New Year to the City Council and to staff. Before I get started, I just want to take a second to thank the Costa Mesa firefighters who have provided mutual aid to the Los Angeles firefighters as well as to the City of Los Angeles. It's really important that Costa Mesa's firefighters have stepped up, and it's a really brave thing that they've done, so I just want to acknowledge that. Believe it or not, budget season will be upon us shortly. In many ways, it already is. And I am also a member of the Alliance, Costa Mesa Alliance for Better Streets, and although we have done excellent work, as we outlined in a letter to you this evening, improving walkability and bikeability in the city, and we have more to do, providing safe routes is not enough. We also need to give people a reason to get out and to explore their neighborhoods on foot, by bike, by whatever means they can. And what I'd like to advocate for tonight with respect to the budget is, again, more attention and funding to our neighborhood parks and playgrounds. Neighborhood parks and playgrounds are the perfect opportunity to give people that reason to get out and to walk and to bike. Parents walking with their babies in strollers, families and with young kids trying out new bikes or scooters, and dog owners looking to exercise their pets all crave somewhere interesting to go. But unfortunately, our priorities in recent years simply have not included needed upgrades to our community parks. Many neighborhood parks have playground equipment dating back to the early 1990s, and many of these neglected playgrounds are in our most walkable and bikeable neighborhoods. And once again, I'd like to specifically advocate for Harper Park. As some of you might recall, Harper was the subject of a 6-month pilot program that began in I believe, November of 2023, when park rangers would patrol the fields constantly during the school day of the adjacent school to ticket off-leash dog walk, people walking their dogs off-leash. Unfortunately, this pilot program, despite being far past that 6-month period, never really expired. The park rangers are still there, going every day to this one park. And it's even more unfortunate that the Costa Mesa Police Department stopped reporting citations in our parks on a monthly basis to the Parks and Community Services Commission, so we don't really have any idea if around-the-clock policing is still necessary. This is obviously not sustainable, and any other solution will need resources from the city to implement, so please, I'm asking you to proactively budget for solutions in this park. It is a poor use of our very scarce police resources, and this park is long overdue for attention anyway. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Buenas noches. Dios les bendiga. Mi nombre es Juana Trejo y soy promotora de salud del condado de Orange. Y soy también consejera cristiana con una licencia otorgada por el Estado, precisamente por no tener un récord criminal. Hoy estoy aquí porque vengo nada más para recordarles que hay una propuesta de ley que pasó en el 2017, que es el bill que que Kevin de León presentó ante el Estado, que es la SB 54, donde acredita al Estado de California como santuario. Algunos de nuestros habitantes están preocupados porque no sabemos si ustedes respetarán lo que es el Estado santuario. Tenemos niños con problemas emocionales porque están dudando cuál es su identidad. Entonces vemos que eso es una distracción para su educación. Sabemos que muchos de ustedes trabajan con algunos estudiantes, como Arlis, como Manuel, como Gameros, que también ha hecho cosas en el 2024 para ayudar a que los niños sean más exitosos, con Andrea, que también siempre están apoyando porque sabemos que los niños son el futuro del mañana. Pero ellos ahorita están escuchando mala información, que les van a quitar su ciudadanía, que van a ser deportados, tienen el temor de que sus padres sean separados de ellos. Entonces nosotros vemos que ellos están empezando a desencadenar problemas emocionales. Y creo que eso no es justo, ¿verdad? Nosotros sabemos que hay una ley que se ganó en el 2017. Llevamos 14,000 firmas a nivel condado de Orange y llevamos 70,000 a nivel estatal. Entonces nosotros también sabemos que hay gente que ya está pasando por problemas de no reportar crímenes. Allá en mi comunidad hubo un choque. Las personas se arreglaron, no quisieron hablar al departamento de policía. Cuando yo pregunté por qué, porque no queremos que la policía nos vaya a deportar. Ellos piensan que la policía de Costa Mesa va a empezar a actuar como migración. Y nosotros sufrimos por eso porque nos ha costado mucho mantener una relación con la policía, de que los vean que ellos están para protegernos como ustedes también, de que no van a estar para afectarnos. Entonces, miren, ahorita yo invité a muchas personas a que vinieran y tuvieron muchos pretextos para no venir, ¿verdad? Pero mi temor sería que se volviera a perder esa desconfianza de que ustedes decidieron representar no solamente a un cierto grupo de raza, sino a todas las personas. Yo sé que ustedes han sido rechazados por muchas personas por abogar por las necesidades también de nosotros. Pero eso a mí me enseña que ustedes aman lo que hacen, no les importa a quién le vayan a servir. Entonces nosotros venimos hoy a pedirles, ¿verdad?, que investiguen cuál es la propuesta, que se respete, porque es algo que ya está ganado, no es algo que todavía no está, y que también si alguien comete un crimen, ¿verdad?, pues que pague por su crimen. Nosotros no estamos diciendo que nadie tiene que pagar. Porque en la palabra de nuestro Padre en Salmo 146:9 dice, Jehová guarda a los extranjeros, al huérfano y a la viuda sostiene. Y el que está en el camino del limpio, pues ese pagará sus consecuencias, ¿verdad? Nosotros no queremos que haya familias separadas. Yo sé que muchos de ustedes tienen hijos o que muchos tienen familia y no les gustaría quizás que eso pasara.
Hi, good evening. My name is Juana Trejo. I am a promotora de salud. I'm also a Christian counselor. I got this license from the state of California. I am here to remind you that we're having a lot of problems. Some of our kids are showing emotional problems. They're having. I understand that some of you have been working with our kids so they can be successful individuals. I know Andrea has been involved, as well as Mr. Gameros. Our kids are afraid that their parents may be deported, that their parents will be separated. They're showing emotional problems, emotional issues. So far, I've gathered 14,000 signatures from here in Orange County and 70,000 signatures in the state of California. I am here. I invited a lot of people to come here today, but they didn't want to come. They have different excuses. I know that when you decided to help everyone, you did not make any distinguish by race. I know you've been rejected for doing the things that you do for us. I know that what you guys do, you do it because you love to do this. So I am here to ask to keep helping us. And this law was approved. Also, if somebody makes a crime, they have to pay for this crime. Some people are not reporting these crimes. They're afraid to call the police, so they settle these issues among themselves. They're afraid that the Costa Mesa police might start working with ICE. That's we're here to ask for that. And right here on there's some verse from the Bible. Jehovah will keep those and will help the foreigners and the homeless, and for that person that has no one, keep people with clean souls and help. So please do not divide any families, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Juan.
Dios los bendiga.
God bless you.
Thank you, you too. Yes, Kim.
I have a little presentation. My name is Kim Hendricks, and currently I'm president of Fairview Park Alliance, which is the local nonprofit dedicated to restoring, protecting, and preserving Fairview Park. And here's a northern harrier. Here are the vernal pools. These are the last vernal pools along the coast north of San Diego. They're home to endangered San Diego and Riverside fairy shrimp. Here are some white-faced ibises from last year because we had such a nice wet season that they really loved the vernal pools and loved Fairview Park. We get a lot of migrating birds coming through Fairview Park, a lot of residential birds. And this is, the yellow plant is southern tar plant. There's two types in Fairview Park. There's the fascicled tar plant, which is a keystone species, and the southern tar plant. Here's an American kestrel that loves hunting on the east side and the west side. Here's a white-crowned sparrow. We have migrating sparrows in Fairview Park. I am learning so much about birds. Thank you, Bridget Blair Duffin. She teaches music in Newport Mesa and happens to be a wonderful photographer. And I have calendars for all of you that have these sparrows. We decided to put more sparrows in. Here's the southern tar plant. This is a keystone species in Fairview Park. And it is in the vernal pool watershed that the Harbor Soaring Society destroyed. And I have many, many pictures of the destruction that's been done in the last 2 years. And it is misinformation to say that the U.S. Fish and Wildlife says it's okay for them to be there. And I will send you the email from U.S. Fish and Wildlife. The day after the past city council said the glider plane should be there, I emailed Christine Medic from U.S. Fish and Wildlife, and she said no. The planes kick birds out. We won't even get into the vernal pool watershed they're destroying. This is the tar plant, and it's been destroyed. Please come to the second Saturday of the month restoration planning event, Saturday, February 8th, 9 to 11. The community has really stepped up in the past couple years with supporting Coastal Corridor Alliance. They've been our brothers and sisters. They're the kindred spirits. They've been doing restoration as well as nature walks. We are very pleased that the community is finally being able to participate in the way in which they want to in Fairview Park. It is a passive nature park we've been asking since the 1990s. I'm with Fairview Park Alliance. If you have any questions or you want to know anything about Fairview Park, I've been studying all the documents for many years. And here are some calendars that I brought. I hope you can educate yourself on the worth, because nature is a commodity. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I don't see anybody else in the chamber. Who do we have on Zoom, Madam Clerk?
Phone number ending in 613, please.
613, you have the floor.
Good evening. I don't know if you could hear that car go by, but that is an impact of what was done to West 19th Street, the unused bike lane and the inconvenient 19th Street between Placentia and Monrovia has caused many other residents who live in this area who try to get to Center Street or leave Center Street to drive down Town Street. There's a lot of unintended consequences with this project. It wasn't well thought through, and I get to deal with it on a daily basis. I have delivery trucks, tow trucks, and neighbors speeding down my street all day. I've asked for police enforcement on the street. I haven't got it. So we have a bike lane that nobody uses on West 19th Street, and it's a terrible thing. It's been a waste. I don't understand the thought process. It doesn't connect anything except the soup kitchen in Talbot Park where the homeless live. So it's been an absolute failure. I blame this current majority as well as Costa Mesa Alliance for Better Streets. They've been a plague to the city. They don't understand that people need to drive cars to get around. If people didn't drive cars, they wouldn't be able to afford the bikes that people ride because they need to drive and get to work. I also want to talk about what I saw at the store today. There's apparently a shortage of eggs. And this kind of dovetails into what Mr. Humphrey spoke about earlier with regards to Measure K. Measure K is going to devastate the city. And if we are seeing food shortages with the population we currently have, we are going to be in serious trouble with the population that this council majority wants. You guys want to add 11,000 residents, at least 11,000 residents to Costa Mesa. You're going to destroy the character of the city. You're going to destroy the quality of life for the residents. And you're going to create a situation at some point where we're not going to be able to get food, and it's going to turn into an absolute chaotic situation. The city has done no benefit to the residents. You can't answer this simple question. How does more high-density development benefit the existing residents? It's a simple question, but it can't be answered because the answer is not good for you guys. The high-density development that you guys are pushing are going to take away from our quality of life and ruin the character of this city. We've seen firsthand that this council majority doesn't have the ability to make a pretty simple marijuana ordinance. What makes you think that you're going to be able to solve a housing crisis? Which there is no housing crisis, by the way. The housing crisis is something made up. Not everybody gets to live where they want. That's the reality. There are winners and there's losers. Not everybody gets a blue ribbon. So the fact that you're trying to distort the reality of housing to solve a problem that doesn't exist.
Excuse me, that's 3 minutes. Who's next?
Next speaker is Cynthia McDonald.
Cynthia, you have the floor.
Good evening and Happy New Year. Cynthia McDonald, Costa Mesa resident. First, thanks to our fire personnel who spent weeks fighting the LA fires. Those fires bring up a few concerns about protection of Costa Mesa residents, though. First, many of the homes in Costa Mesa were built using the same construction standards and codes as the homes in Altadena and Pacific Palisades, and still have dangerous features such as attic vents with large screening that allows embers to enter an attic during high winds. It was distressing, but understandable, to hear one fireman say that in situations such as the LA firestorms, firemen will not try to save a house with an attic fire because it takes 10 or more firemen to fight an attic fire, and it isn't going to help control the spread of the rest of the fire. After the Laguna fire in the early 90s, that city rewrote its codes to be more proactive in stopping the spread of fires to and between residences. The upzoning of most of Costa Mesa could put the residents at risk if a fire in the city doesn't, if the city doesn't add similar fire protections for residences and for retrofitting older residences during remodeling. Finally, we don't have Nixle. Laguna Beach does, and it's critical to protecting the lives there. I used it many times when there were emergencies in the cities because I knew which way to go to evacuate. We don't have a system like Newport, which is separate from Nixle. If residents had to immediately evacuate, whether it be for a fire or an earthquake or another disaster, which route should we take? And how would the city let us know? I was told last summer that a system would be forthcoming. I hope it doesn't come too late. With respect to an urban firestorm in Costa Mesa, I urged Chief Stefano to hold a town hall educating property owners and residents how they can best protect their property and be ready to evacuate in the event of a disaster. Once the alert system rolls out, it's critical to let the public, particularly seniors, know how to sign up for alerts. Again, thanks to our Costa Mesa firefighters for your help fighting the LA fires. Thank you.
The next speaker is Rob.
Rob, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. I have 2 points I'd like to make tonight. First, as a frequent user and avid proponent of the Costa Mesa 311 app, I'd like to reiterate that I think it's of vital importance that the 311 app be made fully accessible in Espanol. It's my understanding from a staff member that from a technical standpoint, adding a Spanish option to the app is very doable. Therefore, I'd like to see action from this new council to make this simple adjustment that at almost no cost would make the Costa Mesa 311 app more easily accessible to every one of our neighbors. The app is truly an amazing resource that produces real results from the city, but just like any new city service, it needs a bit more tweaking to make it more useful. My second point is about leaf blowers in the city. My sister and her family live in Glendale, California, and when I visited recently, she showed me a flyer mailed to her by the city reading, "Gas-powered leaf blowers are prohibited in the city of Glendale. Only electric leaf blowers can be used," and there's a phone number below to call to report violations. Hopefully each council member plus the mayor and hopefully the city attorney were distributed a color copy of the green, white, and yellow flyer so you can read it for yourself. And my question for the council to discuss is, do you think prohibiting gas-powered leaf blowers would be a good idea for Costa Mesa? And if so, I'd love to see some action from the council to get a similar effort to Glendale's in motion here in Costa Mesa. I know there would be questions about subsidizing the replacement of current leaf blowers with electric ones that might involve some outside the city funding, but I'll leave those logistical challenges for your knowledgeable experts on staff to determine. That's it. Thank you for your time and your continued service to our fair city. Have a good evening.
The next speaker is Mark.
Mark, you have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. To the clerk, I have a PowerPoint for today labeled AB 413 presentation. Great, I'll get started. Hi, everyone. Mark Fuchsovich on behalf of the Costa Mesa Alliance for Better Streets. I want to talk about AB 413, Assembly Bill 413. This is a bill that went into effect on January 1 of 2024, but the citations go into effect starting just 21 days ago, the beginning of this year. And it talks about the concept of daylighting, which you can kind of see here in this image, where vehicles that are parked immediately adjacent to crosswalks oftentimes block the line of sight of pedestrians. And so, next slide, please. So what is daylighting? It's basically, so the law is a vehicle code change that prohibits parking near intersections and reduces blind spots for drivers and reduces pedestrian crashes by about 30%, according to the FHWA. I'll go to the next slide. So this is just so you folks can see a little bit better. You can see the driver who's driving. This is a one-way road, for an example, how the parked cars are actually physically blocking the line of sight between the pedestrians and the driver, leading towards a dangerous situation. After there's no car parked immediately adjacent to the intersection, this is what keeps pedestrians safer, just by giving them visibility, daylighting their presence right there. Next slide. So intersections. Intersections are really important to understand. They are conflict and collision points. They are the most dangerous part of the right-of-way for all users. Intersections account for 50% of traffic fatalities. And so things to understand is that this is where multiple traffic flows in different directions. They converge at intersections. This is where you see the most driver mistakes, like running red lights, failing to yield, improper turns. Everything all here happens at intersections. And it's also where pedestrians usually come together as well because of, even though jaywalking has been decriminalized in California, it's typically still the areas that people cross. Next slide, please. So you can see this graphic right here. This is another representation of what the policy could look like. Really, I would look on the kind of the right side of both of the images of where the car moving in the kind of northbound or sorry upbound direction, is now not able or now able to see the pedestrians on the right side after daylighting. So next slide. Okay, so what is AB 413 specifically? It's a state law that mandates that no car park within 20 feet of a crosswalk, and it lowers that standard to 15 feet when there's a curb extension, and it applies to all marked and unmarked crosswalks. So I guess the point I want to get across is that this is law. This is law. This is law that the CMPD is expected to be enforcing starting January 21st. You know, that's the way the world works, basically, that this is law right now. And basically, that doesn't require any curb to be painted or no parking or anything to sort of be there to indicate that to the driver. Drivers are just supposed to know that. And I personally would argue that our city should be doing more for drivers to know the law so that they don't get a...
Sorry, we're out of time there.
Yeah.
The next speaker is Ty.
Ty, you have the floor.
Hi, this is Priscilla Rocco.
Hi, Priscilla.
Been a resident for 30-some years. HHS comes to Costa Mesa every few weeks, destroying historical, archaeological, and environmentally sensitive city property. They repeatedly and publicly threaten to remove from office any council member who takes action against them. So the council ignores or circumvents national, state, and local laws to appease them. These are a group of rich old men headquartered out of town who insist they're entitled to fly their toy planes on the vertical watershed of Fairview Park, even though they have many other venues they use regularly. California Administrative Code says no person shall remove, injure, deface, or destroy any object of paleontological, archaeological, or historical interest or value. Yet aerial photos show the damage done by HHS in the last 50 years to Fairview Park, Fairview Indian Site, listed on the National Registry of Historical Places, and one of only 2 federally listed archaeological sites in Orange County. This vernal pool complex is so rare that scientists from the federal and state departments of Fish and Wildlife have repeatedly told Costa Mesa to stop this destruction, as have biologists the city's hired, the Fairview Park Steering Committee, the Fairview Park Administrator, over 800 members of the Fairview Park Alliance, and 70.9% of residents who voted Measure AA into law in 2016 to protect Fairview Park. HHS has a habit of trying to circumvent or schmooze their way into the good graces of our city council, lately completely circumventing the city council and lobbying the city manager to get an extension to stay in the park. Ironically, while the council is spending almost $100,000 of our tax dollars to restore and monitor 3 of the vernal pools, it is allowing HSS to continue destroying their watershed. And although Senator Dave Min has given $10 million to Costa Mesa for parks and open space, whether it is used to follow the scientific recommendations in Fairview Park Master Plan depends upon the council. 50 years ago, when the HSS started flying their planes, they keep saying that because they did it when they were younger, they're supposed to be able to do it all the time. Well, that's when people had perpetual tans, drank to excess, chain smoked, and usually died from these things. We've learned a lot since then, and their activities are killing our park. Fairview Park is a treasure.
Priscilla, you're out of time.
No further speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Close public comment. Okay, now we're going to move on to council member committee reports, comments, and suggestions. First up from District 2, council member Lauren Gameros.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. How about them firefighters, huh? So, to say I want to thank them for what they've done is quite the understatement. Right now, we have a Cal OES team that consists of a Type 1, a Type 3, and a Type 6 truck. When we sent our crews out there, they worked 40 hours straight. Right now, they're 24 hours on, 24 hours off. To say that they're giving their all is an understatement. There were 100-mile-an-hour winds out there when they were trying to fight these fires. That's the equivalent to a Class 2 hurricane. Last year, the state invested over almost $1 million in just the city of Costa Mesa to help fight fires. That's a huge investment, and that's a great return from our community, so I want to thank them for that. I also want to acknowledge Kiana Kozai, Brian Medina, and Jaden Van Voorhis as the new recruits and additions to our fire department. Yes, welcome. You know, we heard earlier about e-bikes, and I just wanted to comment about that briefly. The police department is currently enforcing e-bike towing, and if you want to look into that, you can go to the city website. They show a flatbed with an electric motorcycle on there. An e-bike is a Class 3 bike that's limited to 28 miles an hour. Anything over that requires a DMV registration, a Class C driver's license, and insurance. So if you have some sort of an e-bike that goes over 28 miles an hour, it's not a bike, it's a motorcycle. And then finally, you know, in hearing about the Fairview Park Alliance, the Coastal Corridor Alliance, and the Harbor Soaring Society, you know, I just want to reach out and thank the three of them for working so harmoniously together to really make this work for our community. And if it wasn't for the Fairview Park showing us how well this is working out, we wouldn't have this beautiful calendar with all these wonderful birds showing that the Harbor Soaring Society really has had a great impact on the community out there. Other than that, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, council member. Now from District 3, Councilmember Andrea Marr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too want to start by talking about the fires. My heart goes out to everyone who has been affected and frankly will continue to be affected as they deal with rebuilding and insurance and just the cleanup efforts alone. I'm quite certain we all knew folks who had to pack a go bag, folks who had to evacuate, and some who have now lost everything. I also want to thank the 3 crews from the Costa Mesa Fire Department that deployed to fight the LA fires. You know, I know it's a job that they train for, that they pride themselves in being good at, but that doesn't lessen how hard it is to stand there and watch people lose their homes, to see that much devastation, to work the hours that Councilmember Gameros was just talking about, and that physical exhaustion that comes with barely sleeping and working around the clock in brutal conditions. I've heard a lot of people arguing about whether more firefighters and more resources would truly have made a difference, and I just reject the premise of that argument. We can always be more prepared. We can always do something else. I think we have an increasing risk of fire due to climate change, and we can be more prepared as a city. I've been asked by a lot of folks in the community about our own levels of preparedness and our own levels of risk, and they've raised some really good questions. For example, do we need more people to participate in CERT? Are our mitigation strategies in Fairview Park, adjacent to the Lower Birds neighborhood, sufficient, or is there more we could be doing there? To Ms. McDonald's point, is there something we should be doing about building codes? I wasn't familiar with Laguna Beach specifically, but I do know there are cities after the Paradise Fire especially that took another look at metal roofs and those sorts of adaptations. Some of you know I'm really into my native landscaping, and the city of Grants Pass, with whom I vehemently disagree with about most things, does actually have a very good guide on their website to fire-resistant landscaping that blends in with the natives in Oregon. So I haven't done enough research, but maybe that's true in California as well. I was also, Chief, trying to remember where we landed on our standards of coverage study. I don't know that we received a final version, but I think foundationally it's time to ask if we have sufficient resources in the city. I also recognize that I'm a civilian who does not do this for a living. And I don't think I have all the answers. I don't even think I have all the questions, to be honest. But it is incumbent upon us in this moment, and I think we owe it to the people of Los Angeles who have been impacted by these fires to think about how we could be more prepared. And so here is my ask. I would like to think about what resources we could offer our community to increase their fire preparedness, our fire preparedness. Let's get creative. I read one recommendation, and who knows, maybe this is a throwaway on social media, so bear with me, but it was, grab your laundry basket if you've got to evacuate, because you're guaranteed to have, socks and underwear in there. They may not be clean, but at least they fit you, and it's likely to be the right season of clothing. And that has lived rent-free in my head for the last 2 weeks every time I look at my laundry basket, right? So I don't know, maybe there's other things we could be thinking of that would help people in an emergency. I think we should ask some questions about our infrastructure risks preemptively, water pressure, backup generators, just as we're doing with the facilities condition assessment, which we'll talk about later tonight. Maybe we should do an audit of some of our emergency operations systems. And lastly, I'd like to understand our staffing levels in the context of changes in our environment, climate change, and our OES obligations. So that's it on fires. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. I've been thinking about this for the last week and sort of like how to be productive about this. And so those were the things that came to mind for me. Switching gears a little bit for the police chief, I think you heard Senora Trejo talk about the fear that exists in some of the community right now. I think we really need to do everything we can to reassure the Latino community in particular about how we intend to continue doing community policing, about the fact that folks should continue to pick up the phone and call the police when there's something going on in their communities. And I'm very confident that we'll have more discussions about that to come. And then last but not least, city manager, if you could address that we do have Nixle. And so just, it would probably be worth it to put the word out again about how we do communicate with our citizens in the event of emergency. That's it for me. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Excellent comments. Thank you very much. From District 5, Councilmember Reynolds, Arliss Reynolds.
Great, thank you. Well, I'll second everything Councilmember Mar just said. It's about half the notes on my page here. Fully agree. I've been texting back and forth with both chiefs about Nixle and getting the word out. It's great to have the communications platforms. They're only as good as people are signed up to receive that information. So really pushing to, time is definitely sort of ripe to get that information out. I've also been thinking a lot about our preparedness. I know we've been doing a lot of work. We're always doing a lot of work on preparedness and prevention. In the last few years, with EOC upgrade, I know we have a new-ish emergency services manager. We've been knocking out actions from our hazard mitigation plan, but I do think it would be helpful again, to get that information out into the public. And so whether it's a study session, a report, something to just sort of brush up ourselves and the public on our preparedness for municipal operations. But I think also I really loved the idea of a town hall for what individuals and businesses in our community should be doing. What's their checklist, packing their go bag, making sure they're signed up for the appropriate communications channels. I think those are really important actions for us to take in the coming months. And one thing I want to add to the list of questions that came up is especially what is our plan for seniors or other residents with limited mobility? Those tend to be the more vulnerable populations when there is a need to move. And there's been quite a bit of data actually about who we're losing with these increasing extreme events, and there's a vastly disproportionate loss of seniors in our community, and it's because they can't move or they're not connected. They don't have social media to get the the Twitter update. So I'm really interested in following up on that plan as well. Okay, so I wanted to start with this, but I was following up on the previous comments. Welcome to new council members, Councilmember Pettis and Bewley. Apologies, I wasn't here in December. The date change had a conflict with my work, so I look forward to getting to know you both and working with you both. Welcome to the council. As you can see, wide range of issues that we have in front of us here. I wanted to share with the council just a couple updates. There have been a couple community meetings I've been to already this year. The Mobile Home Park Committee, which meets quarterly, had its first meeting last week. They got an update on the Let's Go Costa Mesa shuttle program. Really, really positive response. So wanted to share that. I know their feedback was, we got to get the word out on this. Let's get information to our residents. They think it's going to be a really, really helpful asset for them. I mentioned earlier the Talbert Park Master Plan. So the county has released the draft master plan for Talbert Park, both north and south. Comments on that plan are due at the end of the month, January 31st, 2025. I'll ask staff to share that in all of our communications channels as well, because I know many residents will be interested in that. Finally, on the safety front, I've been hearing concerns from several different areas about safety and speeding on Victoria Street. And so I want to follow up on that. I know staff has been looking into what we can do to slow speeds on Victoria, especially around our school. If we don't already have speed data, I'd like to get speed data on Victoria Street. And Chief Lawrence, if we could just do some targeted enforcement, especially as kids are going back to school again. I think we've had a few collisions, and I saw some flowers on the corner at Victoria and Placentia just a few weeks ago. So some targeted enforcement there just to remind people to slow down, I think would be very helpful. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Now from District 6, Councilmember Jeff Pettis.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. First of all, I can't believe it's been 6 weeks since I was sworn in, and here we are. And I want to say that the first thing that I realized taking this role was the first thing that I enjoyed was getting the updates from Chief Stefano and Chief Lawrence on what's going on out there with our first responders. Pretty amazing and pretty buttoned up, and I'm very proud to have them representing our city. And one of the things, I've been doing a number of things since being elected, and I've been invited to, several ribbon cuttings already, and I've attended 2 that were actually sponsored by the chamber. And I see David out there. Hey, David. And it's something that is important to me. It's why I got involved and why I decided to run for council, is being involved in the community. Had a chance to go to the Tiny Tooth ribbon cutting. One of our staff, and by the way, shout out to Sergio, Lydian, and Ivis. They've been excellent staff members helping me get acclimated. Sergio said, yeah, come on, last minute, you can come and do this ribbon cutting, and only be a few people. We got to the Tiny Tooth, and it looked more like the parking lot of a Grateful Dead show than it did any kind of a ribbon cutting. We had face painting over there, the In-N-Out tent over here, skateboarding over there, and that was really cool to see and be a part of that. And second was the E20. It's a it's a new fitness thing that they're going to be doing some electrostimulation for muscle development and things like that. So I'm very, very proud to be representing District 6, and I look forward to a tenure that I could be proud of. And thank you again, the first responders. That's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you, Council Member. From District 1, Council Member Mike Bewley.
All right, it's on. Thank you, Mayor, and welcome residents here at Costa Mesa. Yeah, echoing Councilmember Pettis, it's been a busy 6 weeks, sworn in on December 5th, and I've had the privilege of having my calendar just filled up with all kinds of activities. I was fortunate enough to be able to get to the fire department's annual breakfast and see a lot of the guys get recognized there. I've been to these educational seminars as I'm getting started at ACCOC, where our mayor was just installed on the board over there. It was illuminating to see a lot of the state and countywide organizations and how we all work together. Echoing everybody else, thanks fire department and for all of your service. I think I've heard, and I appreciate staff and how on top everybody is on everything. It's my understanding that as recently or as early as this Friday, we're going to get kind of a report from Water Department, Public Works, and Fire Department, and we'll at least have some meeting and start addressing some of this preparedness issues that I've heard some of the other council members talk about. And it kind of exemplifies what I've experienced just in the last 6 weeks, how on top of everything staff is, and how when things are out there, we're just on top of it. So I've been appreciative of that. Just some other comments, again, pivoting off what is in all over the news, the fire. I've had a lot of, as a new council member, people are able in my community to locate me and reach out, and grounding fire line, our power line seems to be an issue, and I know that's a complicated issue. You got to get Southern California Edison involved, you got to get the city involved, Public Works involved, a lot of things, but I'm listening to the community. I intend to get active and look into that. I know that I think police chief, we've got reports coming up or some discussions on SB 54 and how the city is going to be prepared to deal with that. There's a lot to learn, and I'm getting up to speed on it. My ears are open to the community. It's great having staff that helps me be responsive to the community. And I got out to the Snoopy House, amazing event that we put on, got to see a lot of the community. In this interim over the holidays, I'd be remiss if I didn't give a shout out to one of our local former residents, Jake Knapp, the PGA player. He was fortunate enough to have won his first PGA tournament early in the year in Mexico, and then I happened to be channel surfing around December 14th. I see him on top of the leaderboard for the last PGA tournament of the year. So I tuned back in Sunday, and he ran it wire to wire, and an Estancia grad who's now got 2 PGA wins under his belt. So go Costa Mesa. That's all right. So yeah, as I start figuring out where the furniture is around here and where the light switches are, I'll get a little more immersed. But I can tell you the kickoff so far has been great, and staff's been great, and the exchanges I've had with council so far have been spot on. So thanks.
Excellent. Thank you, council member. Okay, next up from District 4, Mayor Pro Tem Manuel Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens, and thank you everyone for joining us today. I see a crowded house, so that's always a good sign. Really quick, 4 thank yous, 4 community calm topics, and then 1 point of personal privilege. Thank yous again. I cannot express in more detail and love what Councilmember Gameros and Mar mentioned to our fire department, but again, thank you so much, Costa Fire and Rescue, for being on the front line of this horrific event in our neighboring county. Prayers for everyone who lost their homes. Thankfully, everyone came back home safe from our fire department, but it goes to show how important it is to have a robust fire department who's prepared for anything, because one day we help out somewhere else, but who knows what the next day brings. And I just want to say thank you again to Fire for that. I also want to thank the Fire Association for an event in December, but every year they partner with IKEA and they do a Operation Santa Claus, where they pick 15 families in the Mesa Unified School District, give them a great Saturday morning at IKEA with free food, free toys, and free furniture. I was joined there by Mayor Stevens, otherwise known as Santa Claus, and Councilmember Mar, and it was always great to see our Fire Association getting back to the community that they serve. So thank you to Fire Association for that. I also want to thank the Crossing Church, La Movida Radio, and the OC Promotoras de Salud. On January 6th, they had a toy giveaway at Pomona Elementary School. It was as close as you can get to the Dia of the Tres Reyes Magos, which is the day you give gifts in Mexico and like Latin American culture. And it was really good to see just the combining of community to celebrate our children. I firmly agree with Ms. Trejo when she says that our children are our future. I know because I was once a child in Costa Mesa, and now I'm the dais here. And who knows what our children in Costa will bring forth in the future as they grow up. And finally, I would want to thank SOS for their Aid Help the Family program. Every year they give out a lot of aid to families in the community. This year they have out over 1,200 families, giving them free Christmas gifts for their families and their students. I help out with our youth portion. We get 25 families, but they deal with 1,200 families. So thank you to SOS, Chair herself, sorry, for all the work they do in that regard. Now to the community topics. Reminder for folks who live in Costa Mesa, tomorrow is going to be the mobile farmers market food distribution at Ray Elementary School. You do not need to register to go to the distribution, but it will be from 10:30 to 11:30 a.m. at Ray Elementary School. Lines do start early, so if you need food, it will be at Ray Elementary School, 10:30 to 11:30 a.m. They just ask that you have a student that serves or that goes to the school district. Secondly, I want to congratulate St. Mary's Armenian Apostle Church. Myself, Mayor Stevens, and Brother Foley joined them on their beautiful unveiling of the Stamboli Family Assembly Hall. I was at the groundbreaking for the entire complex, and it's so beautiful to see our community come together to uplift the faith community and uplift this beautiful centerpiece right here in Eastside Costa Mesa. So shout out to them for that beautiful demonstration. On to my district, a couple seniors have mentioned to me concern on the intersection of 19th Street and Pomona. That is a yield turn intersection, and a lot of folks have been sharing to me how scary it is to them sometimes because those yield cars that turn left on yield don't always pay attention when a senior is walking. So I would love if we can do a study to see if there's a way we can install left turn signals, because I don't want to see a senior get injured. We're doing a lot of work on 19th Street in general to promote walkability, and I think this would be an extra piece of safety. So once again, if we can look at installing dedicated left turn signals and not yield signals on 19th Street and Placentia. Finally, I want to echo Councilmember Amar on a request from city staff to do a presentation on clarifying the laws we follow when it comes to immigration. I'm 29 years old, so I remember very deeply the 2010 Minutemen era, when my dad pulled me aside and said, don't call the cops or anything. If you got jumped, they can't help you. If your bike's stolen, they can't help you. And I carried that sentiment from when I was 14 years old until I was 23 years old and got on city council. That's how damaging it can get in the community when there's fear that palpitates our neighbors. It took me, a US-born citizen, up until I got on city council, which, mind you, not everyone gets a chance to do that, to learn to trust the police. And that's something I want to be mindful of. We've done a lot of good work in Costa Mesa in terms of getting community to trust the police, to call more when issues come up, and I don't want to see us backslide, because if we backslide in that regard, it's not just my district that suffers. The whole community becomes less safe. So any update on that would be highly appreciated. And with that, I want to take a point of personal privilege, and apologies if I do get a little bit sentimental. But I'd like to adjourn the meeting in honor of my father, Juan Chavez Garcia, who passed away on December 26, 2024 at age 68. My father is half the reason why I got into politics. My dad is a nationalized citizen, so he got his citizenship started with President Reagan, and it got culminated during President Bush's last years in his term. My dad was a proud American. My dad always told me growing up that voting wasn't a right, it was a privilege. And that every day I don't vote is a day I'm wasting my opportunity in this great country. My dad was a very reserved man. There's a lot of folks that can share funny stories about his eccentricities, but he would open up when it came to politics, because he saw it as the American dream, talk about politics, discuss how it can impact our community. And my dad really instilled that in me. I remember being 9 years old, and my dad would ask me to watch debates with him. My first one I remember seeing was Bush versus Kerry in 2004. But my dad also had kind of that little chip on his shoulder a little bit for being an American who was Latino. When I ran for city council the first time, he actually gave me a really stern talk to not run. He said, mind you, this was during post-Minutemen era of Costa Mesa, right, where my community was fearful of even calling the police for anything. He said, this community's not ready for you. You're too young. You're too young. You're too Latino. They're going to destroy you. He was half right. The campaign I ran in 2018 was pretty hard. I was hitting a lot of things, and the things I couldn't change, like my age and my ethnicity, were the biggest hits I faced. But his proud face he made when he saw me swearing on city council, I think that's what I'll remember most fondly about my dad. Because isn't it the American dream to kind of have your doubts in place and see them broken? And I think for my dad to see his son be one of the first Latino city council, I think for him that was a culmination of his American dream. And some days it's better than others, I'm not gonna lie. But what I will say is, I know for a fact I would not be here today if not for his small passion of politics and his small pride of being an American. So with that, Mayor, if you can please end the meeting for my dad, Juan Chavez Garcia, I'd be greatly appreciated.
I know how you got through that just now.
Okay, everything I have written down here seems to be insignificant in comparison to that.
Sorry, John.
No, it's okay. Anyway, so I just want to thank staff. This year's Snoopy House was really good. I know, it's like, then you go to Snoopy House, but I mean, Snoopy House was good, it was. It was. It's not as significant as what Councilmember Chavez, or Mayor Pro Tem Chavez just said, but it was good. And again, as he mentioned, the event at IKEA for the Fire Association and IKEA for the 10 families that were honored there and that got all the gifts and the goodwill. That was wonderful. Second, what Councilmember Chavez said about the opening of the Stromboli Family Assembly Hall at St. Mary's Apostolic Armenian Church. It's a beautiful place. It's been in the works for almost 20 years. A true symbol of time, talent, and treasure of a community coming together. And I urge you to go over there. Everybody be very welcome to be there. And it's for the Armenian community throughout Southern California. It's a real beacon for them, and we're very fortunate to have that in Costa Mesa. Similarly, I went to the opening of the Bayside Church right on the corner of Baker and Newport. And that's a real wonderful place, a very lively place. And if you want to go in there, they'd be happy to see you in there. I went Thursday, I left Thursday a little bit on Thursday, but Friday and Saturday primarily to Washington, D.C. to the Mayor's Conference, the United States Conference of Mayors. It was very enlightening to see, to meet with other mayors and other consultants that helped us, and just to see what other cities are dealing with. I participated. You could do different breakout sessions. We had President Biden speak to us on the last business day of his term, so that was quite good. And we had a roundtable discussion with Senators Schiff and Padilla. There were only probably about 12 mayors in there at the Senate. I got to cruise around the bottom in that little tram they have at the Capitol. But it was interesting to have the FaceTime with our senators. And the breakout sessions that I participated in had to do with AI. I've been talking to the city manager about looking at exploring opportunities to use AI to bring better service to the community. Also, the public-private partnerships and what other cities have done in terms of capital improvement projects. I've got my ideas about that I'd like to kind of run up the flagpole. And then a topic that was brought up by some of the other council members: what do we do as the council, as the PD, and as the community about this change in the immigration focus of the federal government? There are a lot of mayors that are struggling with that. We have a community that's got 36% Latino. and 40,000 Latinos in the city of Costa Mesa. There were mayors at this conference that don't have anywhere near 40,000 people in their entire city. And so depending on how this policy breaks, it could be very damaging on our city. And so I think we are going to work as a council and with the PD to try to reassure people where appropriate and advise them where they need to be advised. To that point, I like the idea of having Spanish Costa Mesa 311. We do have a good thing that's coming up on Saturday. The Symphonic Soul is happening at the Segerstrom Concert Hall on Saturday 25th at 8 p.m. That's a combination of Carl St. Clair and the Pacific Symphony and Deborah Wondercheck, who's the chair of our Arts Commission with Arts and Learning Conservatory. So if you can get to that, that'll be fun. I'm going to go there. Pertaining to the fires, a couple things. Number one, I echo and emphasize everything that was said to praise our firefighters who were out there risking their lives in those fires, both the Palisades, we had crews deployed at Palisades and Eaton fires, and crews currently on the ready with this current wind situation that we have. And not only is it an issue with the firefighters that are out in those fire events, but also the other firefighters have to backfill to make sure our community is covered. So thank you to the whole department for coming through in this circumstance. I will take some privilege to talk a little bit about my thoughts about the overall handling of the fires. And I will say something that I don't see mentioned too terribly much, although if I've missed an article, I haven't read all of them. But in the time that I've been the mayor and the city council member, I've learned a few things from our fire professionals. One is that paramount and the top priority is the saving of lives. Structures are secondary. There were 170,000 people evacuated during these fires, 27 deaths. And while those deaths are tragic, any amount of loss of life is tragic. When you think of the magnitude of the amount of people that needed to be evacuated, I read one account of the Eaton fire where there were 200 people in a convalescent home that needed to be evacuated, and they were safely evacuated, and the convalescent home burned to the ground. My mother's, where she died, ended up dying in this. It wasn't a convalescent home. It was kind of a senior living facility, and it was north of the 210 freeway, right off of Lake Avenue in Pasadena, and they were evacuated. She would have been evacuated had she been alive. I don't know how they would have done it because my mom was completely incapacitated. So the work that was done by these first responders and others that cooperated to evacuate those people and saved so many lives, we will never know. So thank you for that. It's very, very appropriate for people in our community to question, are we prepared? And not only are we prepared as a city, but are we individually prepared for something like this? So the fire chief, Chief Stefano, our Hall of Fame fire chief, and Paul Schoenberger at our Mesa Water District are going to speak to that on Friday at this district meeting that we have. I'm not sure if y'all are aware of this, but about every quarter, the city council, the sanitary district, the water district, and the school district get together and we talk about issues such as this. It's a public meeting. It's a Brown Act compliant meeting. You're all welcome to come. You can make public comments, but you can listen. And they'll make a presentation about our water supply and answer questions about our preparedness in terms of staffing or whatever it is that the chief wants to cover. And then out of that, I think will evolve something that we can roll out to the community with all of our partners to make us more prepared. And not that we're not prepared, but even more prepared. Because I'm sure that the preparedness within those organizations, within our fire department and the Mesa Water is good. But what I do question is whether each one of us is prepared, whether we have our documents in the right place, whether we have the right stuff in our laundry hamper, and we're ready to go if something happens. So we will be working on that. Now, I do have, in addition to Mayor Pro Tem's father, some remarks, and we're going to adjourn the meeting in addition for some people who were important to the city of Costa Mesa who have died since our last meeting. One of them is Mark Murphy. Mark Murphy was known as Mr. Orange. He passed away on December 13th, 2024, leaving a profound void in the city of Orange. It's not just Orange, though. I could go on about his role in Orange, but I served with him on the TCA board, which is the Toll Roads Board. He was I'm currently on the OCTA, Orange County Transportation Authority. He was the chair of the OCTA. Mark Murphy was in public life and a public servant since he began on the Planning Commission in Orange in 1990. And he stayed very active, and he was the mayor until 2022. And I will also say that during the time of the pandemic, he was kind of the go-to mayor, the mayor of mayors. He was the one that led our Zoom calls and stuff like that. So may he rest in peace. He leaves behind his wife, Vicki, and his mother, Lois, carrying out his legacy of kindness, service, and community commitment. And then, of course, there's President Jimmy Carter. He was born in, you've read it all, but I'll say it, he's born in Plains, Georgia. President Carter was defined for his commitment to human rights, global peace, and environmental stewardship. His integrity and compassion have had a lasting impact on the world. He continued to serve through the Carter Center, working to eradicate disease, mediate peace, and support democratic elections worldwide, pretty much until he died at age 100. He just turned 100 on October 1st, 2024. His humility and selflessness exemplified genuine public service. Despite health challenges, he remained dedicated to improving lives, embodying values of service, empathy, and justice. And then the death that's very close to home is Jim Ortiz. He was an arborist in our city. He began his career with the city straight out of high school as a landscape maintenance person at the golf course. He stayed with Mesa Verde Partners when maintenance operations were turned over to them in 1992. He ultimately became the assistant golf course superintendent, returned to the city as a city employee in April of 2001. He began as a landscape maintenance supervisor, then spent the next 23 years serving the residents of Costa Mesa as landscape maintenance supervisor, acting senior maintenance supervisor, and acting maintenance superintendent. He spent the last 7 years serving as the city arborist until he ultimately retired this last May 2024. He was a huge football fan, loved the Super Bowl. His favorite teams were the Trojans and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. He had a passion for landscape and special appreciation of trees. He worked diligently to earn his certified arborist license and was very proud of that achievement. He was also proud when the Buccaneers won the Super Bowl in 2021 and 2023 too. They won in 2023. I was at that game. He passed away on December 4th, 2024. He is survived by his wife, Julie, sons James, and daughter-in-law, Victoria. May all four of these gentlemen rest in peace, and we're going to remember them at the end of the meeting by adjourning the meeting in their honor and memory. Now, next up is City Manager Farrell Harrison for her report.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. Just wanted to welcome everyone to the first meeting of 2025, and a special welcome to our two new council members, Mike Bewley of District 1 and Jeff Pettis of District 6. Welcome to the team. Really looking forward to continue working together and helping to navigate some of these challenging issues, many of them which we're talking about tonight. I did want to also express my condolences to Councilmember Chavez for the loss of your dad. And so on behalf of the city employees, we express our condolences to you. And thank you for sharing that very touching personal testimony of your relationship with him and what it means to be in public office for you. And so we're here to help you do the best job that you can do as well. And so I did want to thank the firefighters for their contributions and also for their families, just the family members that deal with a lot of personal sacrifice when their loved ones are fighting these fires. And just having been married to a firefighter, I know how scary it is to stay at home with the kids and not know always what's going on, not be able to access folks at times, not being able to have long conversations, and just imagining what it's like to be in those conditions. And at the same time, having to remain calm at home for the kids. And so we're really thankful for the contributions of everybody on our team, but their families as well, because it's a big sacrifice for them. I did want to clarify that we absolutely take emergency management very, very seriously in the city of Costa Mesa. Our executive team meets frequently in our emergency operations centers, that everyone's familiar with their roles. We have updated many of our plans. We have contingency plans as well, but there's always more work that needs to be done, and to the extent that we can continue having these conversations and refining our emergency management plans personally and as a city, we'll just be better for it. We absolutely do have Nixle. We have various ways to communicate with everyone. Absolutely, please sign yourselves up for Nixle, Alert OC. We also have the federal iPause system where we can push notifications out to individuals. We have that as well. And so in the event of an emergency, we could send a message that's similar to an Amber Alert to make sure that people are notified. But please sign up for Alert OC, sign up for Nixle as well. We have multiple platforms that we communicate on. Trellis is a trusted partner. They've been collecting toiletries and household items for those affected by the wildfires. So please be sure to reach out to them if you'd like to make donations for the victims of the wildfires. Contact Trellis at wearetrellis.com. And then a quick note about donations, just please be aware of any, this is a time when, individuals may try to take advantage and, just take the opportunity when there's a crisis to engage in criminal activity, so please be very careful. One way to vet organizations is by visiting philanthropyca.org. That's philanthropyca.org. That's a good way to vet whether an organization that you are intending to provide funding to is legitimate. And then last but not least, I had the pleasure of attending a public sector executive summit at Harvard University at their Center for Technology and Innovation on generative AI. And only 30 city managers were asked to participate, so I was really thankful to have the opportunity to be in that forum and learn more about the use of AI, the challenges and the opportunities of AI in local government, but all with the focus of trying to enhance services to our residents. So I'm looking forward to looking into that further and understanding if there could be opportunities for Costa Mesa. And then last but not least, just a reminder that we're going to have a study session next week on the 28th on the Fairview Park Master Plan update. And so just making sure that the public's aware of that. That's all. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. City Attorney Hall Barlow, do you have a report?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did report out at your last council meeting, but we didn't have as many people who might have been paying attention on the Ohio House victory that we achieved in the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeal that upheld our sober living home ordinances in multifamily zones against multiple legal challenges. We're very pleased about that. I also want to extend my condolences to the Mayor Pro Tem. Having lost my father fairly recently, too, I know how difficult it is when the, and thank you so much for sharing with everyone our condolences. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, thank you. So just briefly, it occurred to me, that district meeting, I can't remember if I said the time and the place, so it's 8 a.m. at the sanitary district office on Paularino. So anyway, that brings us to the consent calendar. All consent items will be considered and acted upon in one motion unless they're pulled by the public or by a council member or a staff member. Madam Clerk, are there any of these items that are going to be pulled?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, the members of the public have pulled items 5 and 6.
Okay, with respect to 3, before we get a motion for the balance, Councilmember Gamaras needs to recuse himself because his wife works for Priceless Pets, and I need to recuse myself due to campaign donations from Ware Disposal and Everett Dory. And with that, then, on the balance, we have a motion from Councilmember Marr and seconded by Councilmember Reynolds. Call for the question. Oh, you didn't make it? I have you on there making the motion on the balance? You want to make, are you good? Moving the balance? Okay, we got it. Vote, vote, vote.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay. I'm sorry, which is the first one that we're pulling? 5?
Yes.
Okay.
Number 5 is approval of mayor's appointments to the Transportation Corridor Agencies and Orange County Vector Control District.
Okay, and that's pulled by the public?
Yes.
Okay, let's open up for public comment. Yes, sir. Oh, yeah, your mic. Hold on one second. Something's going on with your mic. It's not on. You have a presentation? Your mic's on. Okay, good.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. I know that these comments have to be germane to the item at hand, and so I promise they will be. Just give me a moment. So I want to quickly just talk about license plate obstruction. This is what that looks like. This is a New York Times article. You can see on the back left, there's kind of what I call shades. On the right, you have a sort of a blur vision, and then here in the bottom, you have something, it's almost kind of James Bond style that obscures your license plate. This is what some of these look like as well. I see these regularly in my neighborhood of where I live in Costa Mesa. I was living in an apartment, and I saw someone with a North Dakota license plate with these covers on it for the year I lived there. This is also another example of what they look like. This is another example of what they look like. This is a cease and desist letter. Actually, maybe it's not a cease and desist letter, but it's a letter from the city attorney of San Francisco, David Hsu, former assembly member, to the manufacturers of these, and actually the distributors of these, like Amazon, Walmart, and others, asking them to stop selling them because they are illegal. These are currently illegal according to state law. The problem is they're still being sold. This is AutoZone on a harbor. I pulled this and it says in stock, ready to pick up. If I had more time, I actually would have brought the prop with me. We need to deal with these. And the reason and why this becomes relevant to TCA is that this is data that I pulled. If folks know, I work in the state legislature for my day job as state policy director for Streets for All. We're trying to do something about this on a state level. This is data from TCA right here. Transportation Corridor Agencies, that's our toll roads for the public who isn't familiar with that acronym. Our toll roads are losing about $120,000 a month in revenue from both obstructed license plates and no license plates total. And that's actually a trend that's increasing. You can see January 2024 to October 2024, it's actually roughly increases about 30% or so. We need to be doing something about this as a city. I would love TCA to actually take a formal position of having the state legislature do something more about this. But what this is doing is having people get away with dozens and dozens of dangerous infractions on our roadways every single day, from reckless driving, we have those what's it called? license plate readers in Costa Mesa to stop stolen vehicles. If people don't have their actual license plates on there, it's not actually going to do something. So I would love for TCA to do something about this because it directly affects their revenue, but I would also love the city of Costa Mesa and our law enforcement to actually do something about these existing on our vehicles and these being sold in the city of Costa Mesa. Thank you.
Thank you. Good point. Not tangential. Good point. Okay. No one else? Close public comment. Let's call for the question on number 5. Oh, a motion by Chavez, seconded by Stevens. Call for the question on number 5.
Mayor Stevens, please,
Oh,
and
sorry.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Trying.
Yours is good. Yeah, there you go. Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, next up.
Next item is item 6, award of professional services agreement to develop a facilities master plan for city-owned facilities. And again, this was pulled by a member of the public.
Okay, we'll open up to public comment.
Good evening and congratulations to the re-elected and the newly elected. I've always believed the city has a facilities master plan. It's the existing 5-year capital improvement program. It's been approved by council. It includes all the facilities listed on attachment 1. It lists building projects, prioritizes them, and includes cost estimates. So I question any value added by the consultant for this phase 1 of the proposed effort. I think the most important phase is phase 2, called a needs assessment and gap analysis. To quote from the staff report, a survey will also be conducted to identify present and future space requirements as well as staffing needs for each facility. How will staffing needs be determined and what will they be based on? I ask because I think before a meaningful needs assessment can be conducted, the question needs to be answered. What is the vision for the city 10, 20, 30 years from now? I think the city needs a strategic plan before it tries to determine staffing facility needs. For example, if the city adds 11,000 housing units, as it is being directed or challenged to do, what will that look like? How will they impact service levels? Will service levels be maintained or improved? How does this impact police staffing or fire and rescue staffing? If the open space master plan determines the city needs additional parks, how will that impact park and rec staffing? The city has been spending years and millions of dollars to implement major new IT systems. How will that impact the city's staffing? It should increase productivity. How will that impact staffing? In all due respect to staff, I think phase 2 and 3 of this proposal are premature. To me, council and staff with public input need to develop a strategic plan for the city considering population growth and economic trends and service needs, which in turn will help determine staffing requirements, which in turn will determine space and facility requirements. To quote from the staff report again, talks about the County of Santa Cruz, talking about this comprehensive framework for future facility investments that would directly support and align with the priorities established by the County of Santa Cruz. Established by the county's strategic plan. The County of Santa Cruz has a strategic plan. I don't believe the city of Costa Mesa has a strategic plan. So the facilities report that Gensler did for the County of Santa Cruz, it fed into, or it was driven by, the existing strategic plan. I urge council to defer a decision at this time and not commit $300,000.
Oh. Sorry, Ralph, you got cut off. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Well, I'll close public comment. But before we vote or we get a motion, I think he raises a reasonable point. How would you respond to that? We're gonna spend, what is it, about $300,000 of taxpayer money on this assessment. Is it premature? Should we be doing some strategic planning? And what are we going to get out of this that we don't already have that's embedded in our CIP? So who wants to speak about that?
Mr. Mayor, this is actually a very important planning document that we need to do. We have several facilities throughout the city, including our own City Hall, Civic Center area complex, fire stations, or other community facilities. And we need a comprehensive assessment of all these facilities to understand what the needs are in terms of short-term improvements that are needed, long-term improvements that are needed, so that we can plan for them. At this time, you can see a lot of improvements on our CIP. However, they are not really based on a very good study, comprehensive study of all these facilities. We don't know the order of how to implement these improvements. I think this study will give us that particular list of improvements that we can do and how we can phase them properly to make sure that we optimize improvements. We want to make sure that we implement measures that prevent us from undergoing a bigger fix down the road because we neglected it for too long. So that's the reason why we need an assessment. And now with respect to the needs of future needs, we already know that based on discussions with various department directors, there are ongoing needs right now of lack of space, additional facilities that are needed. So we need to see how best we can accommodate that. You'll see some, for example, you'll see in the next month, we are coming to you with a training room in the basement. I mean, that's one of the projects that we identified a long time ago, but we are coming forward with that one. But we know that there are other HVAC improvements, other maintenance needs that are spread throughout the city that we need to address. And this will give us a blueprint of moving forward in that regard.
Mr. Mayor, I have a couple of questions and then comments to make after a motion.
Okay, let me just ask a follow-up, and then you can have the floor. So I get it. We know that there's deferred maintenance, major deferred maintenance in our facilities currently. I could rattle off 6 or 7 of them off the top of my head, and I'm sure you could rattle off more, right? But I think what Mr. DeBoto was getting at, and I also know that I'm sure that the directors are giving information. But I think what Mr. DeBoto was getting at is, okay, so we've got certain things we know that are happening. We know that Fairview Developmental Center, at some point in time, we don't know exactly when, there's going to be up to another 4,000 units there, right? We know that there's going to be units that are already either entitled or in the process of being entitled north of the 405. We have the, Measure K that's opened up these corridors for different development. And we also, the other thing we know is that, like with our fire station, for example, it's built for 60 years, 60-year life, right? Mm-hmm. So I'm looking at this, and I'm gonna vote for it. But what I'm struggling with is to say, honestly, I'm not sure it's like enough, right? It's like, and it seems to me, and it's just my perception, it seems to me like you mentioned, what do you say, training room?
Yeah.
Right. So that projects come to us as they come to us without the council being part of a big master plan going into the future, and I just think he makes a reasonable point, and it's something to think about, is where does this fit in to we've got a new council here, our collective vision of what we want the city to look like 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years. So maybe this should be a $3 million instead of $300,000. I mean, I don't begrudge the $300,000. I know we have a lot of work to do, but I think that, maybe we should be thinking like more long-term is my point. Yes, you have the floor.
I just want to laugh that I saw the finance director look up when you said 3 million. So, I actually want to get to that, but quick question. I noticed that they provided an optional fee for seismic investigations. We didn't choose to do that. Was that a budget limitation, or do we not think that seismic is a concern for the buildings that they'll be looking at?
So, Councilman Mar, partly it's budget limitation, but also we want to look at our existing facilities. Now, with respect to even the mayor's comment, yes, there's a long-term need of future facilities that may be needed for our growth of population. But this is an existing facilities conditions assessment, so that's why this is kind of limited to that. And Councilor Mar, for example, our city hall building is seismically retrofitted with our with a project that we did in early 2000s, and same goes with our police department, and all the new buildings are definitely have that built in. A lot of other facilities that we have, at this point, we feel that they are at a stage where we don't have to go through that assessment. We can revisit that down the road. But at this time, we want to look at our conditions of our facilities because they are aging. Many of them were built 20, 30 years ago, and there are needs that we need to address right now.
Okay. I mean, I'm wearing my disaster preparedness hat today, so like if there's, if there's other things that we need to consider, I would encourage the city manager to bring it back if we wanted to evaluate that. And then my second question for you is, my understanding is they're going to do one facility and then provide a draft report as sort of a sample of what we can expect. Have you given any thought to where you want them to start? West Side Master or West Side Substation would be my recommendation.
We haven't thought about that. We could think about senior center too as a good place to start. Okay. West Side Substation, we know needs definite work, and we're talking to police department on that one. But we'll work on coming up with a good site to start that.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mayor, I'll make a motion to support the staff recommendation, and then I would like to speak to it.
Could I ask a question first?
Of course.
Actually, I guess it's a request. So I had my meeting with the city manager on this topic and had some similar questions. And she shared some information that was helpful in terms of the broader facilities master planning process, describing that this contract we're looking at tonight is one piece of it. Because I was curious, it's like, what about the other buildings? What about our bridge shelter? What about the new Donald Dungan Library, Community Center, bathrooms at parks? Either Mr. Sethuraman or city manager, if you could just give a very quick description of the context of broader planning, because I think that'll help with the really good question from Mr. Taboda.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Councilmember Reynolds. I think we're having a conversation, about two different types of plans. There is absolutely a need for a future planning strategy, document, analysis. But the very first thing that we have to do is to assess what do we have now, and what condition is it in, and how do we go about maintaining that facility or perhaps expanding it in the future, but at a minimum, what do we have now? The city has an inventory list of our city facilities, but what we do not have is the facilities master plan where we are absolutely inventorying what are all the issues, what are all the conditions of all the different aspects of each facility, and we have many different facility types. If you go into our financial statements, you'll see that we have $300 million worth of capital assets. Those are capital assets across the board, not just facilities, but also equipment. But the fact of the matter is we're a corporation with $300 million in assets. The very first thing we need to do is make sure that we have those adequately inventoried, that we understand what the useful life is of those assets, and that we have a plan to be able to maintain and repair. What we have now in our CIP is a pittance, and it's a mere fraction of the cost to actually maintain our facilities. And so, like many cities, we're in a, when it's broken, we fix it. In some cases, we can be a little bit more proactive, but for the most part, we're dealing with the emergent needs at the time, right, as they come up. And then what happens is some of the facilities start to, deteriorate over time. We need to we need to completely shift that. We need to get to the point where we are adequately funding a comprehensive maintenance plan, where we are putting away, if a facility is meant to last 60 years, like a fire station, we are putting away 1/60th every year for year 60 when that fire station needs to be replaced. Those are best practices. We're not doing that currently, but that's the first part of what we need to understand. Otherwise, we're going to be in the same situation where something breaks and then we're fixing it and we're scrambling, and we've been figuring it out, but we can't start building upon a foundation that is already non-existent. We have to put that in place first. And so we'll look at the future planning. That'll be a future phase, but right now we have enough city facilities that we need to inventory exactly what's happening, all of the different moving parts of it, even just City Hall, understanding all what makes a City Hall run. It's a lot more equipment, a lot more machinery than you would think, and making sure that we have that all properly documented and we know when it is that we need to go in and replace different aspects of it. Same thing with 911 communications, same thing with our backup generators. Last week or the week before with the wind events, we learned about some of the conditions of some of our equipment. And so we need to make sure that we're handling that first, basically what we have right now, and ensuring that our facilities are also in good condition for our employees. If we want to retain employees, attract employees, and make sure that they're healthy and that they're well, and the facilities that they're in are, being maintained on a regular basis. And so that's the foundational plan that we must start with. And then from there, once that's done and we have a plan in place to maintain and repair, then we start incrementally building on that, on how do we expand for population changes, additional housing that gets developed, et cetera. But we can't do that second part without this first part.
So can I ask you a question in
If
that
I
regard?
may just follow up on that.
Yeah,
I just wanted to add specifically, the city manager reminded me that we did fund a parks facilities plan, which is where all of our bathrooms at parks would be covered, different expertise. I wanted that to fold that in here, but different expertise. So separate project for parks facilities. And then, because I was curious about our newer buildings too, I don't want to wait until those get in a state of disrepair before we're looking at what we need to do to upgrade those. But that's where kind of all of the pieces come together to really help us be much more forward-looking and intentional about how we're programming and preparing for ongoing maintenance instead of this, emergency response when things break. So that was helpful information. I just wanted to make sure the whole council heard that and the public as well. Thank you.
Thanks. So the thing that I think maybe threw Mr. Tabota is the reference under phase 2 to identify present and future space requirements. So is it true that this particular report is going to primarily be focused on our, as the city manager said, our current, what's happening with our current facilities?
That's right, Mr. Mayor. So we know that even existing facilities are under, we don't have enough space for all the staffing, for example. That's already approved in our city council budget right now. So when it's talk about future, it's between now and an interim condition of getting to be fully staffed city. I'm not talking about another 40,000 homes or people coming into the city. That's down the road. There is a bigger planning that needs to happen of what fire facilities we need, what PD facilities we need with that one. But that's a different discussion altogether. This is to look at our existing facilities, our existing staffing, and how we can accommodate them.
Okay. I don't want to get anybody worried. You just said 40,000 homes. You didn't mean 40,000.
40,000 people, I meant.
40,000, or even 40,000 people, right? I don't want any headlines here. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Good. Good. Okay. Good. So let's call for the question.
I'll just make my
Member
comment
Reynolds?
now since I didn't
Oh,
get
I'm
a
sorry.
chance. It's okay.
Yeah,
So
I
there
forgot.
are two things that were brought up just super quickly. So one is what I've seen with facilities master plans is you can leverage them for grant funding also. So if you can actually make the case and document and show how much it costs. The community colleges were really good at this in the early 2000s. stood on a lot of rooftops looking at HVAC units as part of this initiative. And so that was a way in which the community colleges sort of said, look, we've got all this deferred maintenance, can the state help? So I'm looking forward to potentially leveraging the facilities master plan for that. And then number two, you know, I do think that sometimes we put things on the CIP because they're right in front of us. And so I'm looking forward to having this document so that we can find, frankly, a more scientific method by which we put things on our CIP that isn't just like the last thing that we heard about West Side Substation, right? So anyway, that was my insight that I waited too long to add. Thanks.
Very persuasive. You got 7 votes.
And the motion passes 7-0.
All right. Does anybody need a break before we jump into our notices? Let's take let's take a 10. Why don't we take a 10-minute break? Come back at 8:25. Patience. There we are. I'll show you. We're back on the record. And we're ready for public hearing number 1. Madam Clerk, would you please read the title?
Review of the Planning Commission's decision to uphold the zoning administrator's decision to approve minor conditional use permit and outdoor dining permit located at 814 West 19th Street, West End. Presentation by Mr. Arias, Associate Planner.
Okay. Mr. Arias, before you go, I'm not 100% sure this is required, but why don't we call for ex parte communication? Has anybody, let's start with District 6 and go down the line, starting with Councilmember Pettis. Any ex parte communication with the applicant?
No, sir.
I have none.
None, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah. I went one time to the West End and got a little tour from behind from their employees, and I just very briefly said hello to the owner, Tyler, and the manager of the West End.
None.
None for me.
Other than a conversation I just had with somebody down here in support, no.
Okay, that's good. Beautiful. All right, Mr. Arias, you have the floor.
All right, good evening, Mayor, council members. Justin Arias, Associate Planner. As the city clerk described, the item before you is a call to review the zoning administrator's approval of minor conditional use permit and outdoor dining permit for West End located at 814 West 19th Street. By way of background and a brief project timeline, on May 28th, 2024, the zoning administrator approved the project. On May 30th, a city council member submitted an application for review of the zoning administrator's decision requiring planning commission consideration. On October 14th, the Planning Commission upheld the zoning administrator's approval and added revised conditions of approval, including a 6-month review period. And on October 20th, a city council member submitted an application for review of the Planning Commission's decision requiring city council consideration. The project includes the following: a request to establish an outdoor dining area by constructing a new outdoor patio structure in 2 of the 3 existing on-site parking spaces, to allow the new patio structure to encroach 3 feet into the required 15-foot side setback, a request to expand the hours of operation for service of alcoholic beverages. Currently, the business operates until 11 p.m. The proposed hours would be 5 p.m. to 2 a.m. Monday through Friday, and 2 p.m. to 2 a.m. Saturdays and Sundays. Lastly, there is a request to allow live entertainment indoors and outdoors in the proposed patio area after 11 p.m. Also, as part of the project, the applicant would provide 17 off-site parking spaces located at 1945 Placentia Avenue. And a note, as part of the Planning Commission's approval, they required that the service of alcoholic beverages and live entertainment end at 11 p.m. on Saturdays through Sundays during the 6-month review period. Specifically, approval of a minor conditional use permit is required for the following: for the removal of more than 25% of existing required parking, for an outdoor dining area cover or structure encroaching into a setback, for the sale of alcoholic beverages for on-site consumption after 11 p.m. located more than 200 feet from a residential zone, and to provide live entertainment after 11 p.m. located more than 200 feet from a residential zone. The project site is located along the north side of West 19th Street between Federal Avenue and Placentia Avenue. The property is zoned C1 Local Business District and has a general plan land use designation of general commercial. Physical on-site improvements include an existing 1,034 square foot building with an approximately 175 square foot front courtyard area. The project site is surrounded by commercially zoned properties to the south across West 19th Street, to the east and west, and by industrially zoned properties to the north along Placentia. Several existing eating and drinking establishments are located nearby, on both sides of the subject property. Here's a site plan for the proposed project, with the proposed patio highlighted in blue, where there's currently parking spaces. Also to note, towards the north here is the location of the 17 off-site parking spaces on the Placentia. This slide shows the front elevation of the existing building, as well as the main drive approach for the project site. The project initially included conditions of approval to address noise and parking, including requirements to comply with the city's noise ordinance and a condition to undergo specific review if complaints are received, with a potential revocation for noncompliance. A condition that if excessive noise is identified, live entertainment may be restricted to indoors only. Customers are prohibited from parking in unauthorized commercial areas, and restaurant security staff is required to monitor customers crossing the public right-of-way and request they park in authorized and approved locations. At the October 14th Planning Commission meeting, Planning Commission received public testimony and conducted discussion on the project. The Planning Commission added project conditions to address concerns, including a 6-month review of the use after operation commenced, requiring alcohol sale and live entertainment end at 11 p.m. Sundays through Thursdays until the 6-month review period has been conducted. And a condition for the applicant to incorporate directional wayfinding parking lot signage to direct customers to approved parking locations. The Planning Commission conditionally approved a project upholding the zoning administrator's decision. The City Council call for review application indicated the following reasons for the call for review, including inadequate parking, parking history, applicant's accessibility, outdoor noise and expansion plans, proximity to residential, noise at late hours, and parking control limitations. This City Council hearing is a de novo hearing. The City Council may exercise its independent judgment in its decision, and a call for review hearing is not limited to the grounds stated for the review or the evidence that was previously presented to the Planning Commission or zoning administrator. The City Council is the final decision. Based on staff's analysis, the required minor conditional use findings can be made. Parking for the project is not required per the municipal code and is also exempted for the site by Assembly Bill 2097. The applicant has also obtained 17 off-site parking spaces, and the project includes conditions of approval requiring wayfinding signage. The project is required to operate in accordance with the noise ordinance, and the city has the ability to modify or revoke the approval. Also, an acoustical analysis for the outdoor patio was provided, and conditions of approval have been included. The Planning Commission also included a 6-month review period of the use after operation has commenced to assess parking and noise impacts. The use is located in a commercial area located near similar uses and is located approximately 265 feet away from the nearest residential uses. The project and use must comply with the municipal code, including the noise ordinance, and the project would provide on-site security. The proposed use and improvements is consistent with the city's general plan and is consistent with the recently approved outdoor dining ordinance. Overall, for public comments throughout the project history, 2 public comment letters opposing the project were submitted for consideration by the zoning administrator for the May 28th decision. 11 public comment letters of project concern were submitted for the October 14th Planning Commission meeting, and 11 public comment speakers commented during the public hearing. Common concerns included parking deficiencies, noise, proximity to residential properties, and off-site parking at nearby retail centers or in residential neighborhoods. Additionally, 10 public comment letters were submitted for this City Council meeting tonight. With that, staff recommends that the City Council review the Planning Commission's decision to uphold the zoning administrator's decision and approve the outdoor dining application and minor conditional use permit. That concludes my presentation, and staff is available for any questions.
I'd like to start.
Excuse me, why don't we wait, hold the questions, and let's hear from the applicant, and that way we can ask questions of the applicant and the staff. What we'll do is we'll come on up, we hear from the applicant, and then, like I said, then the council can ask either you guys, you or the staff questions. Then the public, we're going to open up the public comment, and then you'll get an opportunity to rebut anything that's said in the public comment. You can come back up and rebut that.
Okay.
So go ahead and make your presentation, please.
Okay, hi. Thank you everyone for being here tonight. Thank you to the council members and the Mayor Pro Tem and Mayor John Stevens. Good evening, members of the City Council. My name is Kaylee Bruner, and I have had the privilege of serving as the operational manager and partner of West End since our reopening in June 2023. My journey with West End began in its first year back in 2017, but life took me to the East Coast from August 2019 to August 2021. I was drawn back to Costa Mesa, the city I proudly call home, at the end of 2021. First, I want to thank everybody for your time and everyone for being a part of this process, and acknowledge the support in the community that we have and those who have came to support us tonight. They are the heartbeat of West End, something since our last time of meeting that we have, since the commissioner meeting that we've added is showing our gratitude to our local community and our neighborhoods by adding a discount to those who Uber, walk, or bike. So again, thank you guys for your endless support. When I took ownership of West End and reopened the business, I made a personal commitment to myself and our team. I pledged to take full accountability for any mistakes made in the past and to ensure that moving forward, we operate with integrity and accountability and professionalism in every aspect of our business. West End is more than just a restaurant and a bar. Our passion and roots are deeply tied into our community, the very essence of Costa Mesa, also arts, the city of arts. Tonight we're here in the final steps of decisions for the approval of live entertainment and extended hours, and hoping that you guys will vote in our favor. Since then, also something we have not submitted or notified the council is, since our last meeting with the commissioners, we added 17 additional parking spaces at the electric bike company. So now we are over 30 parking spaces. That is still not required, but does help. Sorry. And then for our live entertainment, although it is included in our application past 11 p.m., If we ever did do it, probably not likely, but it would be inside, so those noise ordinance concerns would not even come into play with that. So again, thank you.
I got to ask you just one
Yes.
question. Have you read the conditions of approval that were in place at the Planning Commission, and do you agree with those?
Yes, we do.
Okay, excellent. All right, now it's time for questions. I'm sorry, Councilmember Gameros, do you have your question?
Yep. Thank you. So, I don't know who, I guess, I don't know who to address these questions to, but, so there was a comment made about the live entertainment, indoor and outdoor till 11 p.m. to 2 a.m., but now I'm hearing that's being redacted. Is that correct?
Not that it's being redacted, just to make it not so much a concern that it's not part of our plan to do that like all the time, if ever. It was more if we do have some time, maybe an artist did want to do it, that we do have the option and capability to do so legally.
Till 2 a.m.
Correct.
Okay. Did this used to be the Little Night?
It used to be Big Belly Deli prior to 2017. I'm not sure what the business prior to that was.
No, it wasn't. Okay. All right. And then as far as the outdoor, are we talking the outdoor that you want to do that's in front, like where it's already exposed to the street, or are we talking behind?
The behind.
Okay. Okay, that's all I have for now. I just wanted to get clarification. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Marr.
In the applicant's letter, attachment 8, there's reference to many of the surrounding businesses, Semi-Tropic, Donkey D's, The Wayfarer. Do any of those do outdoor entertainment until 2 o'clock in the morning? I mean, Semi-Tropic's till 1, but is that outdoor or is that indoor? Does anyone know? It's outdoor. Okay. Because I mean, I'm looking at the others, Wayfarer, Social, like that. Those are all indoors. Okay. That's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, did you have a question? Oh, Councilmember Pettis? You have the floor. Councilmember Pettis.
Just a couple of questions, probably a staff question, maybe Lorianne, Ms. Farrell Harrison. So we have some rules we need to follow in this kind of 6-month review period. I was curious how we're doing on code enforcement staff, and what if, as an example, it's 1:30 in the morning and somebody wants to complain. How would that go? Do we have staff at 1:30 in the morning to receive that complaint? Are we going on a police report? Because I'm interested in supporting the business for sure. But I'm also interested in supporting the public's concern for noise. And I think there's a way to do that. And I think it's important if we vote this forward that we follow the agreement we have, and to follow the agreement we have to prove that we're doing it. So I'm just wondering about the documentation piece in the enforcement of the code. Thank you.
Yeah, I think Scott can contribute to this comment, but as a general rule, if it's going to be after hours like that, it would be our police department for the most part, and they'll coordinate with code enforcement, and then code enforcement would take the lead from there. But we're going to be monitoring calls for service, during this time period, just to make sure that there are no issues, and making sure that if residents do express a concern about noise or anything else, that it's being brought to our attention, and we can work with Kaylee and the other folks there just to make sure that it doesn't escalate, and that we're dealing with these issues pretty timely. But there's a lot of coordination that happens between PD and code enforcement if we don't have somebody on during the off hours.
Nothing to add.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. I really have 3 questions, and it's all for staff. Thank you for applying and being part of our city, by the way.
Thank you.
I just want to kind of open up the questions that were raised to us for the public understanding as to why the city approved this administratively, and then Planning Commission approved it on the Planning Commission. The first one is, why was parking not an issue and or not required for West End?
So that's through our outdoor dining ordinance that does not require any parking for any proposed outdoor seating.
So essentially, as a city, we've agreed that something that will benefit the economy, that will benefit people outdoors, overweighs parking concerns.
Yeah, through that and then there's also the consideration of the Assembly Bill 2097 that would potentially exempt any parking requirement for this site.
And what does that bill exactly, why would that bill exempt any parking as well?
It's for any properties that are located within a major transit corridor per the Regional Transit Authority, and then it creates like a buffer, and then if it's within that buffer, then local jurisdictions can't have any parking minimums.
Got it. Out of clarity, is 19th Street the corridor or Placentia the corridor that this is impacted by?
It's actually based on several bus stops around the area. So the bus stops are taken from where the half mile starts, and it goes into the property.
Perfect. Thank you for that. Multiple times during the agenda report and even the PowerPoint, we mentioned a noise ordinance. What is the noise ordinance? Like, is there a decibel level where we would step in? What does that look like?
So the city has a noise ordinance that is certainly applicable to the project. The project includes conditions of approval relating to noise. The outdoor dining ordinance includes noise standards. From a noise standard perspective, there are decibel ratings. It's 50 inside and 55 outside to the nearest residential. There's also a subjective and an objective portions of the noise ordinance, whereas the objective ordinance portion for the noise ordinance provisions are more related to numbers like the decibel range, and then the subjective ones allow for the city to be more in depth in what the potential issues are related in the surroundings. So it basically allows for, even when it's not an issue from a decibel perspective, we can consider it a nuisance from the noise level. So there's lots of checks and balances, so to speak, with regards to the noise ordinance.
Okay, and do the neighbors of West End also have the same limitations? So like 7-Truck Wines, that new bar next to them, do they also have the same noise constraints?
That's correct.
Okay, so this is parity amongst the whole corridor.
Yeah, the noise ordinance is citywide.
And then my last question is more for myself, but again, mentioned in the report a couple of times. Why are there less restrictions after 200 feet from residential? Because I know a couple of times mentioned that they're about 275 feet from residential, and that waives some.
So it's not necessarily a lesser standard or anything like that. It's the way our code is written, the threshold for 200 feet proximity to residential essentially determines the review authority. If it's outside of 200 feet, it's a minor conditional use permit at the zoning administrator level. When you're within 200 feet, then it becomes a full conditional use permit where it would go to the planning commission and a public hearing.
Okay. And then my last question, just for clarity, is what is staff's position on this item? Recommend or not recommend to approve?
We believe that the request is consistent with the ordinance. It's consistent with the outdoor dining provisions that the council recently approved. And so we were recommending approval of it.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Okay. I just have a few questions. Again, I agree with Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you for.
John?
Yeah.
I'm
sorry.
I jump in?
Yeah, of course. Go ahead.
I'm the new guy over here, but let me just jump in for a minute.
Yeah.
First, Ms. Brunner, thank you for investing in our city and taking the risk to launch a new endeavor, and I wish you great success. Just a couple questions for me and actually for staff. Again, our current noise ordinance, and you kind of touched on it, is there time restrictions? Because you said there's some very specific numerics, and I guess where I'm going is from 11 to 2, is that some sort of a waiver?
So there's different thresholds for different times. So the decibel number that was referenced earlier was for 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. There's a lower decibel level from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m., both indoor and outdoor. So there's, depending on when it is and where it is, there's a specific noise level.
So is this application, it's seeking to go from 11 to 2, but even if it goes from 11 to 2, the newer, maybe lesser decibel numbers will apply during that?
Depending, yeah. So after 11, they would be subject to that decibel level.
Yeah, for example, the noise ordinance allows for a residential exterior noise standard, and from 7 to 11, it's allowed at 55 dBA, and then from 11 to 7 a.m. at the front of a residence, it's 50 dBA. If for a comparison, 50 dBA is like a conversation level noise or rainfall. They use that in the web for noise.
So acoustic music from 11 o'clock on.
Well, at the residence is where it's measured.
Next question, and it looks like it has been addressed. I have read some of the public comments in opposition, and parking seems to be a major concern, and it appears you guys went out and got an agreement with electric bike company for 17 additional spots.
Correct.
And I'm just curious, is that a gentleman's agreement or gentlewoman's agreement, or is that something in writing? That
The
you guys have?
operational manager, I have an email with the written agreement.
Oh, okay.
So I can provide that to you guys after this meeting.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, do you want to go? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. I think my questions are for staff. And maybe I'm just looking for a little bit more detail or confirmation on some of the questions already raised. So this 6-month review is unique, I think. I don't recall this coming before us before. So this condition, I like the idea and I appreciate the Planning Commission bringing it up. I want to make sure I understand it correctly. You know, when that 6-month period starts, but then at the end of 6 months, sort of regardless of complaints, this project comes back to Planning Commission. And then the Planning Commission can say, okay, we've changed our mind based on what we've learned in 6 months. We think this should not be approved. That's a possibility. The Planning Commission could say everything's going great, we approve as is, or they could extend the hours because I believe the recommendation has a shorter window for hours than the applicant originally suggested. Those are all possible scenarios, right? We're basically approving for a 6-month time period and then everything's back on the table. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think kind of the best way to capture it is like essentially like a trial run.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what Planning Commission wanted to try to do, is like a trial run on Fridays and Saturdays for that 6-month period, and then come back and then kind of evaluate from there. I think kind of also what Planning Commission struggled with kind of trying to incorporate was they also kind of wanted to include that if there wasn't any concerns or comments, if there was even a need to bring it back, and if they could just essentially proceed on with the extended hours. But I think the main part was they wanted to see first trial run for the extended hours. If there was any concerns, then they can kind of evaluate it from there.
Okay. And is 6 months, in your opinion, having worked with businesses and having dealt with all these different conditions and potential scenarios, is 6 months the right time period?
Yeah, 6 months is a good time to really get a restaurant or a food and beverage servicing establishment time to kind of get their wheels rolling. And if things happen beforehand where there's issues like that, we'll respond to that as well.
Okay.
So 6 months is just when it goes back to PC. It's not when we will start enforcement.
Okay.
Enforcement will be from day one.
Great. Great. And then it would help if you could just explain the process if there are complaints, if the conditions are not being met. What is the process to respond to those situations? And I'm interested in the timing of that too.
Yeah, so generally it would be through our code enforcement division. First they would receive a complaint, and then they would go through their investigation, verify if there is one. Additionally with this, because there is an entitlement tied to it, we would potentially use those conditions of approval to discuss with the operator to bring whatever issues to light, to give them the opportunity to address those concerns. Obviously, if there's a continued issue, then at that point we could potentially look at scheduling the item for revocation or modification.
And what is the typical time period for the applicant to be able to address issues raised? Do we give them months to sort it out, weeks? I'm sort of thinking of worst case scenario. If there needs to be a revocation, how long would that process take?
It really depends on what the potential issue is. For non-compliance with conditions of approval where they were specifically cited by the Planning Commission or the council for that matter. And it was clear that they're disregarding staff requirements per the conditions of approval. It might be as little as 30 days where we give them an opportunity to correct it. It might be less than that, 2 weeks to correct it. We'll give them a chance to correct it, and then subsequent to that, we might warn them that we're going to be taking this for revocation, draw out the administrative process, and then take them back to Planning Commission.
Okay, that's quicker than I thought, and that's helpful to know. So I'm taking away, we've got lots of levers to respond very quickly if we need to.
It takes some time, but we'll get there.
30, okay. And then lastly, of course, I've been thinking a lot about the noise challenges that we've heard related to Smart and Final. I guess years ago, noise challenge we heard related to the gym over on the east side. My understanding of comparing these projects is one of our challenges in those areas is that we don't have the conditions because some of those UPs are so old. Are you confident that we have the conditions in place to use our authority if we need to, if things aren't operating as we expect?
Yeah, this actual project includes a condition that requires that if we need an external noise ordinance study, that they pay for it, and that we can do it, in fact.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome. I have a few questions. Yeah, again, thank you for investing. It's a good place. Good food there, right? I like it. I go there. But a couple of questions here. Can you pull up slide 5, please? So so this in little blue rectangle, that's your entire property, and then the patio would be, so the gray part, if you look at the left, the aerial, that gray part in the front, that's where you currently are, and then the back behind that, that's where you're going to put your patio, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now, around the patio, around where you would have the, somebody playing music, would there be any noise buffers right on the property?
Yeah, right now the plan.
Describe those to me.
Yes, the plan we have right now is going to be an enclosed structure, including soundproof block wall. We do have a sound engineer company, Claire Global, that is working on that with us. If we need to provide more details on the materials being used, we can definitely get those together for you.
If you need any tips on that, call the folks at Strut. They know how to dampen sound. Anyway, and then so you go past that. Now I'm a sound wave here, and then you go in the back, and then it looks like there's a big commercial building there
behind us.
Behind you,
correct.
Between you and the residents at Federal Way, right? And so that big long building would also be a buffer, and it looks like if the distance between your property line and the property line of the residents is 250 feet, gosh, it looks like that building could be as much as 150 feet or something like that. Right. So that's a big building, and is that building? How tall is that building? Like two-story building or something?
It's about about one more building on top of ours. So
okay, 2 stories. So that's another buffer of sound, presumably. I mean, not asking you to be a sound engineer, just common sense, right?
Yes.
It's hard to get sound through a 150-foot building.
And sorry to interrupt.
No, of course.
The wall in our parking lot, not the mesh fence, but along the back of Pizza Hut and Garibaldi's, that is a probably 16-foot cement block wall up on our right.
So you've got 3 buffers. So you've got the buffer right around the patio. You've got the buffer between you and the parking lot behind you, and then you've got the buffer of the 150-foot 2-story building.
Correct.
Before you get to the residences.
Yes.
Okay. Now, regarding the residences, would you be willing, if someone were to include it in motion, to just as a good neighbor policy, provide to each one of the residents a contact person that they could call if they hear something?
Of
and
course.
So you could bring the thing down. Is that part of the current conditions of approval or not? Is it one of those?
I thought we had something similar,
Okay.
but we can confirm.
It says it has to be posted.
Posted? Yeah. But maybe just send it, can we say that you have to send it to the people there so they can, not post it, but actually have that?
Right.
Okay.
Like a comment box.
Yeah, it
that's
would be a
totally-
nice, I think
of
that would be a
course.
nice touch.
Yeah.
Okay? If we can do that. And then I want to talk about a little bit about the parking. Now, according to Mr. Arias and that AB, what is it, 2097, we don't even have discretion to deny this based on parking, right? But I do want to make some comments about this. So, as I said, this is a cool area. This is a 313 bar's good, Semi-Tropic's good. I like your place. I said I've never been to Garibaldi's, but I would go to Garibaldi's. I don't know. It seems like a good place. It's been there forever. But a lot of people, I gotta confess, sometimes the mayor parks across the street and walks over, right? And it seems to me like what you're doing here, without any requirement to do it, based on the code section, is creating 34 spaces that people can use that people don't currently use,
Correct.
right?
Yes.
So that would alleviate a parking problem, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Oh, okay, good. Glad we got that on the record. Glad we got that on the record.
We're trying to take care of everybody in the neighborhood, not
Yes.
just our patrons, so.
Okay, okay. No further questions for the witness. Thank you. Let's open it up to public comment. If there's no
Thank
other
you.
questions, let's open it up to public comment. Okay, public comment, yes. Yes, sir.
Good evening, council. I love this block. It's awesome. There's 313, West End, Semi-Tropic. And you should go to Garibaldi de Noche. It is a blast. It is the only place in Costa Mesa that I see like the older generation of Hispanic folks dancing, and they're blasting banda music as loud as possible inside. Everyone's drinking a Modelo. It's a great time. I actually just wandered in one day. It was really a blast. I want to just comment quickly on the sort of process that this small business has been through. I don't know when they initiated this sort of effort, but I know that the zoning administrator approved it, and then it took 4 months to get to planning commission, and then it's now taken 3 months to get to you guys. And now there's going to be this other 6-month requirement. My recommendation is to, A, either be permissive with the requirements, more permissive than planning commission has been, and then review it again in 6 months. Or don't, and don't review it again in 6 months. Because why are we putting these poor people, the small business owner? I met, I don't know if it's Carrie or Kaylee, she was my bartender about a year ago when I visited, because I was a bartender too at Ruin Bar. And so, yeah, that's my suggestion. A lot of the neighboring businesses right there serve alcohol until 2 a.m., including Garibaldi de Noche, including 313, I believe, and Semi-Tropic, I think, until 1 a.m. So that's really my biggest kind of thing I want to bring. I think this is going to bring liveliness to Costa Mesa. We always talk about bringing live music to Costa Mesa and how important that is as a city of the arts. And I can't think of, frankly, in some sense, of our commercial spaces, I can't think of a really better place for it. You have all of these businesses that are going to be kind of co-served by the patrons who probably are going to go from bar to bar. And it's not directly abutting any residential. It's you said commercial, Mr. Mayor. I think it's industrial, actually, is what it's directly behind it, as well as commercial to its left and right side. So I'm strongly in support of anything we can do to support small business in Costa Mesa. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and so if you want to speak on, just line up, please. Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Andy McVeigh. Speaking on behalf of the owners and business operators of the Vista Center that's directly across the street. Our concern, and I think you've received some letters from our folks, our concern is actually with regard to the parking, and two things. The minor code requirements indicate that there should not be a detrimental effect to other properties around. And I think that there's likely to be a detrimental effect. I guess I would ask, a couple of questions. One is with regard to the parking agreement, what's the length of the parking agreement? And what are they going to do if the parking agreement expires or gets terminated by the other side? Because the easiest access for parking is directly across the street in our parking lot. And we already have indications of people crossing the street, going across the street to the parks across the street and parking in our parking lot, which creates, it's something that's difficult to enforce unless you have 24-hour security, or at least security until 2 a.m. to prevent people from coming into your parking lot. And even if they do come into your parking lot, we have 3 entrances to our parking lot. You'd have to have guards at each 3 entrances to prevent people from coming in and then walking across. And you wouldn't even know if they drive into the parking lot because you've got Wayfair in our center, and a lot of people go there, but you wouldn't even know if the people were coming for what bar or whatnot. So, and what that does is it creates a burden for us from both a security standpoint, from a liability standpoint, that we may have people parking in our lot. Accidents may happen in our lot. I guess that's time up.
No, you have another minute.
Oh, I have another minute. Okay. So we have some real concerns about that. And I think the 17 extra spaces, 30 spaces, if you figure 2 people per car, that's 60 people. I think the occupancy is actually quite a bit greater than that. The allowed occupancy. So I would ask that the decision be reconsidered, or that there be provisions that parking, they have to have at least X amount of off-site parking. And I think even then, you still have issues that people's natural tendency is going to be to just park across the street in our parking lot and walk over. And that becomes a safety issue for people jaywalking across 19th Street at 2 in the morning after maybe having drinks for the evening.
Thank you. Come on up, whoever's next. Yeah, come on right up. You can get ready for you can come all the way up and you're next. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens, members of the council, and condolences to you, Mayor Pro Tem, on your father. It's a beautiful tribute that you did for him. I'm here in support today of West End's application. I think it's very clear by the community that we have behind us that they are a true example of an establishment and a local small business that embodies what it means to be a business in Costa Mesa. Obviously, their excellence in food and beverage that's been mentioned is one piece of it. But I think over the past year and a half, what they have done to rebuild since COVID, being able to be a small business that does open their doors again, and not only that, is committed to investing in the community and continuing to expand to really embody what Costa Mesa is, the city of arts. Outside of that, they are a true community that creates a space for artists. They have an eclectic vibe, their own identity and uniqueness that they really try to portray to anybody that walks through that door. You mentioned in your tribute to your father the idea of the American dream. You have 2 people behind you that are trying to do that within Costa Mesa, and not only that, are trying to open that up for artists and other people that want to come and have their own American dream within their establishment. You know, you have a 6-month period here. I think in 6 months, they'll be here as confident as they are today, that they have done what they've needed to do to prove to you all and to prove to the city that they are a business that is deserving of the conditions that we're hoping to get approved here. You know, parking was mentioned. That's not a requirement, yet they came here today with plenty of solutions to address the concerns that were brought up by the community and by their neighbors, including having security to walk people past, you know, across that crosswalk that was just mentioned. You know, they've come prepared with solutions for that, not just for their patrons, but for anybody else in that area. In addition, having the discounts for Uber, for people that take rideshare, take the bus, they really thought through every piece of this to ensure that they are going above and beyond. And so my request to you all, the council, is to approve the small business, you know, give them the opportunity to continue investing and continue to expand what they're doing in the community. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak on behalf of West End, Mayor Stevens, and the council. My name is Daniel Mages, and I've lived in this community for 20 years. I'm a community college professor. I teach religion and philosophy at Golden West, at Fullerton, at Cypress, Saddleback. I've been everywhere. So West End is and has been for the last, I would say, 7 years, my favorite restaurant in Orange County because everything there is art. You know, you can look at the building and it's black with red accents. The cocktails would have like a paragraph long description of its history and where they came from. So there's a lot of intention, a lot of uniqueness, personality, and community. So I would go there on an evening where the music, I went there for nightlife because the music wasn't loud. And they had a DJ where you can have conversations and talk and get to know people and connect. And I think that's really important. I think they plan to continue that tradition. The food there is exquisite. It's French Cajun, Texas barbecue. If you haven't been, I highly recommend that you experience it. And I don't think any of the other businesses have the kind of restrictions or parking obligations that it seems that we're bringing upon this establishment. So I think it is a little unfair that we're being highlighted as like the one place that has to have all this extra parking when we're just one of many businesses in that area that are operating. And I say we because I feel like I'm a part of the business, even though I'm not. I love this place a lot, and I really hope that you vote in favor of giving them these extra hours to operate and to have live music, which is so critical and important. And I have felt that since West End has been shut down in a way with the live music component that our area has been lacking and a little dull and a little vapid culturally. And I think that we're missing West End. So I think having it back will be a huge blessing to this neighborhood and to the community here. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you, council members. My name is Jay Bonner, Mayor Pro Tem. I really appreciate you guys hearing. I came here tonight to try and speak on behalf and sway you guys in the idea of what the value they bring to the community. And hearing every one of you speak tonight, you guys, it warms my heart to be involved and hear you all appreciate and value the businesses in our community so much. I know I don't have to speak to that and sell you on any component of that. I would like to speak to the gentleman who was speaking around the parking across the street. I've been patronizing West End since 2017. When I usually get there, it's probably around 6, 7 in the evening, and that parking lot directly across from them is usually quite empty on the closest side. So I understand that we wouldn't want to necessarily remove any spots that would be used for their business, but by the time they get to operation of their evening, usually the spots are really very clear in my personal experience. And then what I've also experienced just on like a personal level is in that parking lot as well, there's other like food trucks and operate during the day that I think could also cause issues with like, you know, the amount of parking or space usage in that parking lot that wouldn't necessarily be associated with West End. So I think that just acknowledging that they're not the only users of those spots as well. But again, just to reiterate, because I don't want to diminish the concern around the parking for the businesses that are in that lot. But when their business operates usually outside of the hours, most of their hours is outside of the hours of the businesses that are in that lot, those spots are really like wide open every day. That's all I wanted to say tonight. Thank you guys. Like I said, it warms my heart to hear how much you guys support the business in your community. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I don't see anybody coming up. Is there anybody on Zoom on this one?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, phone number ending in 613, please.
613, you have the floor.
Yeah, hi, good evening. First off, Councilmember Chavez, condolences to your dad. That's a tough one, and I'll throw with you on that. So I live 2 blocks away from this business, and I can hear the music sometimes, not loudly, but I can hear it. So I think going beyond 11 would be kind of a little tough, since a lot of us in this neighborhood do sleep with windows open. Another concern I have is that parking on Federal Street. Federal Street has permanent parking, and that's not enforced in this city. So I understand that people are going to park when they go to a bar, and if the neighbors across the street start cracking down on parking for businesses that aren't paying rent to them, patrons are going to look for parking spots, and that's going to be on Federal. And the residents on Federal will start dealing with people having conversations, slamming doors, all hours of the night. And so a way to remediate that would be to actually enforce permit parking on nights and weekends, which is the program that we actually have to pay for in the city that we're not getting. The second observation would be that the bike lane that nobody uses runs right in front of that business. And if you got rid of the bike lane that nobody uses, you could create more parking actually in front of the business. But this bike lane that nobody uses is taken away. I do like the fact what this bar brings to the neighborhood, but again, I'm just concerned with the noise. It's not destroying quality of life, but if I'm 2 blocks away and I can hear it, I'm wondering how the people who live a little closer between me and the bar are feeling. But beyond that, I think the big issue is going to be parking on Federal and the lack of what the city can do to actually address that. And you could again put parking in front of the business by eliminating the bike lane that nobody uses. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else?
Next speaker, phone number ending in 714.
714, you have the floor.
Thank you. My concern with this is we had something similar with that bar next to Smart and Final. And I think this process of what you've gone through has really been a long, drawn-out process. But my question is this. With that bar at that time, there was a question about how you monitor the sound waves, like the high versus the low. And you had to hire some type of independent sound engineer when there were all these complaints that came in. And because the city said they had no mechanism to measure the decibels. So if the police go out there, they have no equipment, they have no other way to determine the sound except through their own ears, but nothing that actually is evidentiary other than their own complaint. And then if they pass it on to code enforcement wasn't at the site when the music or whatever the noise was ongoing. So does the city now have any mechanism that if the police go out, they can actually measure the decibels and see what it is? And last time with all these calls, all the times we sat through these hearings with that other bar, that it was a big thing between the low levels and the high levels, and that the low levels were very, very difficult, although those are the most annoying and long sound waves. So that's my question. How are you going to measure these decibels? Who's going to measure them? And when are they going to be measured if they're not at the time of the original complaint? Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Next speaker is Zach.
Zach, you have the floor.
Hi there, this is Zach and Nicole. We live down the street from West End, and we are totally in favor of allowing this establishment to extend their hours of operation. This is a neighborhood bar that we walk to very frequently. We have amazing dinners here. We celebrate milestones here. We just think that it is, we know firsthand as business owners how hard it is to not only operate but thrive. And we would just ask that Kaylee be given the chance to do so.
No further
Oh, and we're in total agreement. The empty lot across the street from West End is usually empty at the time of Kaylee's hours of operations, and I think she's going above and beyond to create parking on her own accord. So, kudos to her.
Thanks. Kaylee, do you have any rebuttal, or are you cool? Are you all right? Okay, I'm going to make a motion to approve the Planning Commission's ruling with 3 little wrinkles. I want to eliminate 17 requiring, I don't think we should have a 6-month review. And the reason for that is I don't I think we've got our staff and our planning commission hopefully have better things to do than to micromanage a small business. And as Mr. Vukovic pointed out, you know, these folks have been waiting for 7 months. And God knows even how long the application took before then to get this. So, you know, they've served their time. And that's number one. Plus, if there are issues, we don't need a 6-month review. They can bring it through staff and the code enforcement, and obviously we're here to receive public comment. And then I think we should therefore eliminate item number 18 and just let them get their hours of operation that they've requested in their application. And then the only thing I would add as a condition of approval is that they provide every, you know, property owner on Federal Way for a reasonable period down the street with written communication that has a point of contact, a cell phone number where they can call if there's an issue. They can deal directly with Kaylee or whoever is on site and alleviate the issue immediately. I've heard, by the way, as part of the justification for the, oh, do I got a second for that? Second, Gamaros. To support the motion, I heard from the property owner across the street. I understand the issue. First of all, under the new law, we don't have discretion to deny this because of parking issue. But even without that discretion, this applicant has added 2 things that are very important and are going to improve the situation. 34 parking spaces that don't exist there now. And as the gentleman said who spoke from the Vista Center, he talked about not having a security person. They are providing a security person to make sure that their customers park in the appropriate places. So that's going to, as we established through the testimony, alleviate the problem that does exist. And there is a bit of a problem that does exist, and they've seen it and they're addressing it. So anyway, that's justification of the motion. Councilmember Gamaros, on behalf of the second, do you have anything to say?
Yeah, when I hear about community businesses, small businesses like that, especially one like this, I know that it creates memories and it creates a good time and a place for us to recreate. And when I see and hear this, it makes me happy to see that. Furthermore, I've also looked into this. I've spoken with our police department, with enforcement staff, and there really hasn't been any problems that they were speaking of. So I guess for those reasons, I'm going to support this and whatever you want to have moving forward.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, well, we got a couple lit up already. So Councilmember Councilmember Reynolds was before. So we'll go Councilmember Reynolds, Councilmember Marr, Mayor Pro Tem Chavez. Go.
Thank you. Yeah, I wanted to just check 2 things with staff here, and I'll preface it by, well, let me just ask the questions and then I may have some additional comments. I'm looking at condition of approval 11. I'm just going to read part of it. If any noise complaints and/or noise ordinance violations are not adequately addressed, approvals for outdoor dining areas may be revoked at the discretion of the appropriate review authority. So if you're getting complaints, if staff is getting their complaints, they're not addressed, we can say that you can't do outdoor dining anymore. Is that correct? Correct. This is, okay. Condition of approval 12. I'm just going to read a part of it. If the live entertainment creates off-site noise and/or other impacts and complaints are received, the city may require that the live entertainment either be limited to the inside of the restaurant or a reduction of the hours of the live entertainment. So you can adjust, separate from a revocation, you can require these adjustments if there are complaints that are not addressed. Okay.
That's correct,
I wanted to read those out loud for my own benefit, but also for others who may be concerned about the noise. It sounds to me like adequate authority to address impacts if there are complaints. Good. And that's helpful for me. I'll share. I fully support our small and local businesses. I pass West End every day because I live in the neighborhood nearby. It's been an interest of my own, but I think our council as well has been tried to be very intentional about supporting small businesses, have a lot of respect for the uniqueness and value that it contributes to Costa Mesa's character, and we want more of it, and we want to support it. I'll say, and I actually, when I first read this agenda report, I thought, gosh, this is kind of over-conditioned. I do want to acknowledge, and I appreciate, Kaylee, you mentioning this in a letter, that there's a track record that has not been great, right? And so I think that's why I felt comfortable with some of these additional conditions. I think I'm comfortable with the motion, given what I read, that we do have the ability to pull back if we need to, and we'll be watching, but we're supportive. So that's where my thoughts are, and staff, I know you'll be on top of it. I think the conditions that remain with the motion are appropriate. Thank you.
Councilmember Marr.
Yeah, I too support small businesses. I think my challenge with this one is that it's actually not as easy to put the genie back in the bottle. We've had this happen numerous times in my 6 years on council, where we do get a complaint and then we didn't witness the complaint. So now we have to wait until we witness it, and we've got to wait until there's multiple complaints, and then we do a noise study because we feel bad just pulling your CUP. And so I'd rather just not go down that path and be slightly more in conformance with some of the surrounding businesses. I was just looking up, even Wayfair doesn't go until 2 o'clock in the morning on a Monday night, and they're indoors. Strut is closed several days a week. Semi-Tropic Wine's current hours go until 10 p.m. So I don't know if I'm going to get a second, but I'm just going to make a substitute motion that instead of going till 2 a.m., all of the same conditions of approval that the mayor just suggested are in place, but I would like to cap live music at midnight. Thank you. And motion fails for lack of a second.
Okay. Thank you, though. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. Great motion. I really want to just take this time to mention just 2 quick points for staff. First of all, I want to say thank you sincerely for having this decision be approved administratively. My goal is that everything that's routine and allowed by ordinance or law gets approved in this manner. And I also want to give us a friendly challenge, not a big challenge, but a friendly challenge, that any way we can be more efficient, we should be. Again, I'm happy that each step of the way, staff, planning, we voted in favor of this project, this great project. And I just wanted to give a reminder that every day we're not moving quickly on something is a day the businesses cannot make revenue, and it's actually a day that our residents can experience a really cool experience, such as this patio. But overall, I'm really pleased with this discussion. I'm pleased with staff's recommendation for this motion. And I'm excited for West End in the near future.
All right. Well, if there's no other comments, let's call for the question.
Motion carries 6-1 with Councilmember Marr voting no.
Congratulations. Best of luck. Okay. Let's go on to the next item, public hearing number 2. Let's let everybody clear out a little bit, and then we'll go to public hearing number 2. All right, I think we're good. Madam Clerk, could you read the title, please?
Let's see. Thank you. So item is second reading of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Costa Mesa, California, amending Title III of the Costa Mesa Municipal Code by amending Chapter 1 and Chapter 6 to provide for beekeeping and to clarify appeal procedures for special animal permits and adoption of a beekeeping permit user fee. Presentation by Lieutenant Zielinski.
Lieutenant, you have the floor.
Can you hear me? Good evening. First and foremost, I'd like to offer my condolences to you, Mr. Chavez, for the loss of your father. And welcome to the new members on the City Council. This will be the second reading of the beekeeping ordinance, and just to bring everybody up to speed, this is the third time I have presented this ordinance to the council, and I have learned a lot along the way. But just to get everybody up to speed, I know the question has been asked before of why the police department is presenting this, and the answer to that is because I am the lieutenant in charge of the Animal Services Unit, which falls under the umbrella of the police department. Part of the Animal Services Committee and Animal Services Unit, we were presented by the community with the interest for beekeeping in the city of Costa Mesa last August, September. And in October, we presented the first reading to City Council and the community. After that meeting, there was some suggestions from the community and council to rework some points, and then we came back again, and then there was a little bit more reworking to do. So tonight, I am going to present to you quickly and hopefully efficiently the beekeeping ordinance that we have revised for second reading. Also with that, I would like to thank a few people that helped me along the way, including the finance department and Captain Watkins, who has worked diligently with me along with the Animal Service Unit to get to this point, and with council and recommendations and the community that has supported me throughout this process. Without further ado, that is the history there, that we have been here a few times to present this. The intent of this ordinance tonight is to authorize residential beekeeping with certain requirements intended to avoid problems that may otherwise be associated with beekeeping in populated areas. The changes we have made from the first reading to the second reading, we are still going to require a permit. We are going to have a fee of $75 for that permit. There is a consultant on standby if there are questions for that. The property and hive requirements are same as from the first reading, with the exception that hives will not be permitted within 500 feet of Fairview Park, Talbot Park, Upper Newport Bay Nature Preserve, which is Back Bay, and the Frank and Joan Randall Preserve. Staff may issue a permit for beekeeping if they determine it can be kept and maintained without compromising the safety of any person or interfering with the free use of a neighboring property. Like I promised you, short and sweet. So that is the extent of the slides. And with that, the staff would recommend the City Council introduce for second reading the attached ordinance of the Costa Mesa Municipal Code by amending Chapter 1 in general and chapters special animal permit to allow for the lawful keeping of bees and/or hives within city and to clarify appeal procedures for special animal permits. And that the City Council establish the amount of the application and renewal fee for the beekeeping permit pursuant to Section 3-18.4, small b of Title III, Animal Regulations of the Costa Mesa Municipal Code for Chapter 1 in general, and add the beekeeping application renewal fee to the city's consolidated schedule of user and regulatory fees. And with that, that is the presentation for second reading. I hope everyone is up to speed. If you have any questions, I can take those now.
Any questions, council?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I could,
go ahead.
Mayor
Go ahead,
Steve.
council member.
Yeah, we could go back to square one on this about the bees. All kidding aside, I actually zoomed in and watched the rather extensive presentation on bees, so I have no questions.
Thank you.
Anybody else? All right, let's open up to public comment. All right, nobody in the, oh, we have somebody in the chambers. Okay, Jen? It's all good. You don't have to apologize. Go ahead.
You guys zoom so fast through that. I just want to thank the CMPD for their hard work on this ordinance. I know this was not probably their expectation when they took over the animal services responsibilities. That has typically been an area devoted to dogs and cats. and not, getting into regulating people's backyards. So I really do appreciate all the work that they did. I also want to just thank the public. When we were on the Animal Services Committee and asked to tackle this ordinance, the reality was that there was a lot of interest on the committee, but it was not clear there was a lot of interest in the public, simply because beekeeping at the time was not legal in the city of Costa Mesa. And so I don't think there was as much awareness, though, through the process of going through and crafting the ordinance. I think it became more and more possible, like that we were able to create a pathway where this could possibly happen. And I remember we sent in the beekeeping subcommittee a letter saying, look, we want this to happen, but we want to see the public support for it as well. And they really stepped up. The beekeeping community definitely did what they needed to do to kind of rally the troops, reach out to their city councilmen and city council members. And so I really appreciate them. I appreciate all the work that they've put in. We've got some real subject matter experts in our city, and I really do think this will be an improvement. It's a great opportunity to expand people's ability to do what they want to do in their backyards and to pursue a hobby that I think is beneficial to the entire city. So thank you to staff. Thank you to the public for making this a reality.
Thank you. Yes.
I'm Alberta, and I'm a beekeeper here in Costa Mesa, and I do also want to show my appreciation. I am a professional beekeeper, and so it's not only the hobbyists, but I think it's a good support for beekeepers who really want to help this sustainability and the urban gardeners and our earth in general, and certainly our city in Costa Mesa. I want to thank Lieutenant Zielinski, and actually Jen Tanaka and I have been working on this for 2 years. So I know 6 months, 7 months, or like you said to the last people, that 7 months was a long time. So I appreciate and I look forward to hopefully and enthusiastically getting it approved tonight. So hopefully this will be the last time that I come and talk about bees, but certainly I've learned a lot coming to all the meetings in the past couple years, and I want to be a better citizen and be a part of the community and the changes and the good things that happen here. Thank you.
Anybody on Zoom? Close public comment. Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Chavez.
Move staff recommendation.
Second.
Okay. Anything to say in support of your motion, Mayor Pro Tem?
Briefly, I want to thank Councilmember Mar for championing this item for so long, and I just want to give everyone a thanks for allowing me to add the 500-foot buffer for Fairview Park, Talbot Park, Back Bay, and for the Reynolds Preserve. I'm excited that we have 2 green belts in Costa Mesa, one in Back Bay and one in River Trail, and I want to give those native bees a chance to, have a chance to survive, while also giving our residents a chance to have their bees. So thank you everyone for that compromise, and I look forward to voting yes on this motion.
Okay, the seconded by the bee champion, the queen of bees. Do you have any comments?
No, thank you, Lieutenant Zielinski, for becoming a bee expert over the last year. I know that's not necessarily what you signed up for, but I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks to Lieutenant Zielinski, the whole PD. They'll do anything we ask them to do. Bees, cuffing and stuffing people, chickens, whatever it is we ask them to do, they're always there for us. Just like fire. We very, very grateful for all of you. Okay, so if there's nothing else, let's call for the question.
Motion carries 7-0.
All right. Okay, we have 2 new business items. Let's do them.
New business 1, Safe Routes to School Action Plan, presentation by Mr. Thomas, Active Transportation Coordinator.
Mr. Thomas, you have the floor. Time's up. No.
All right. Good evening, Honorable Mayor Pro Tem, and council members, and welcome to the new Councilmember Pettis and Councilmember Booley.
I'm Brett Atencio Thomas, Active Transportation Coordinator, and today the Public Works Department is bringing for council consideration the Safe Routes to School Action Plan. As some brief background, our existing 2018 Active Transportation Plan and our 2024 Pedestrian Master Plan call for an increase in the percentage of students who use non-automobile transportation to access the city's public schools. There are 19 Newport Mesa Unified School District campuses located within the city, and many students walk, bike, take the bus, and use other non-automobile modes of transportation to access the public schools here in the city. The Active Transportation Committee and city staff had previously identified a need for high-quality, low-stress bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure adjacent to schools and on routes to our schools. And the Safe Routes to School Action Plan project will identify implementable pedestrian and bicycle safety-enhancing projects that create a more comfortable walking and bicycle options for Costa Mesa school children, their families, and residents generally in our community. In January of 2023, the city was awarded a U.S. Department of Transportation Safe Streets and Roads for All, or otherwise known as SS4A, grant for the development of a Safe Routes to School action plan. As a part of this plan, the city staff will and the consultant will assess existing conditions and conduct stakeholder engagement in both Spanish and English, utilizing traditional means as well as an innovative online tool that really allows the public to engage in this project. The final Safe Routes to School action plan will include individual school profiles at all 19 of the campuses, as well as 30% conceptual design renderings for projects adjacent to these campuses and on routes to them that will again increase the safety of students arriving at those campuses. The request for proposals was released in June of 2024, was advertised in June of 2024 for professional engineering services for the Safe Routes to School Action Plan, and 8 proposals were received. After evaluation of the proposals and interviews with top-ranked firms, staff finds Kimley Horn and Associates Incorporated to be well qualified to implement this action plan project. And today, staff is recommending that the City Council award a professional services agreement to Kimley Horn and Associates for the development of a Safe Routes to School action plan in the amount of $541,774. We're also recommending that the council authorize a 10% contingency for any unforeseen cost that may be required by the project. And lastly, we're recommending that council authorize the city manager and the city clerk to execute the public services agreement and any future amendments to the agreement. And with that, I conclude my presentation, and I'm available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Councilmember, let's go with Councilmember Reynolds, Councilmember Marr, then Councilmember Bewley.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I've been eagerly awaiting this item since the announcement of the grant, so a long time. I had a few questions that I've been able to sort of touch on briefly with Director Sethuraman, so sorry if this is a surprise to you. First question is about the schools. Immediately, so we have the 19 schools that are located in Costa Mesa, but there are 4 schools that are actually in Newport Beach that many Costa Mesa residents attend. I want to include those schools because those are Costa Mesa residents walking, biking, e-biking. Is there an opportunity to include those schools?
So I'll take the question. Councilor Reynolds, yeah, there is opportunity to include them. We are checking with the granting authority to make sure that we can do so. We already sent our emails to them to request that. I think the schools are, as you mentioned, Newport Harbor, Ensemble School, and Newport Heights, and Mariners Elementary School. Including them will definitely increase the budget that's required for the project, and luckily we have enough grant funding to support that increase.
Yep. Do you have an estimate, or maybe I may ask the city attorney to ask for language if we need to figure out what we would need to authorize to add those schools. You touched on my next question, which was sort of that gap in the contract award or the bid amount and the grant amount. I think it's just shy of $200,000. My math was about $192,000 of grant money that's not being used here necessarily. And I hate to lose grant funds that we've already secured when we know there are lots of safe routes related activities that we want to do. So what are our options with those additional grant funds or unallocated grant funds?
So, Councilman Reynolds, as you mentioned, one option is to add those 4 schools. A quick estimate, it's about a $500,000 grant for 19 schools, so it's about $25,000 per school. So adding those 4 schools will require another $100,000. Now, the other option is, as Mr. Bertatencio Thomas mentioned, the project takes the design up to 30%. We could take the design even further and get 100% design plans wherever it's required. So we are more prepared when we use this to apply for implementation grants. The reason, so the SS4A, this grant program, the way they designed it is you take this initial grant to do the implementation plan, the designs, and then you apply for implementation grant. I think we'll be well positioned to do that, and we can take the design even further, and we'll be more ready for implementation.
Okay, so we could use those additional funds for more detailed designs, which would be required anyways.
Exactly.
Okay, great. 2 scope questions, hopefully just clarifications. When I was reading the proposal and the approach, there was a discussion about a 1-mile radius around the schools. And, I immediately thought of sort of my trip from my neighborhood to Tewinkle Elementary, for example. That's almost a 3-mile route. A student traveling from the Whittier neighborhood over to Ensign or Newport Harbor is more than 2 miles. I want to make sure that we're capturing the route. This is not safe areas around schools, right? It's the route to the school. So can you confirm, I'm hoping the answer is like, absolutely, it's the route. But can you confirm that?
Yeah, definitely, Councilmember Reynolds, that's a great question. So 2 points to answer that. One is, yes, absolutely, the routes to school are included in the scope as well. We specifically call out the areas around the schools and the routes to schools. But I also do want to point out that with the 19 campuses, and if we do increase that to the 23 campuses, a mile square radius from those campuses essentially covers the entire city. So when we were writing this grant, we were looking at it from that lens.
Great, okay. That sounds good. And then last question is on, as we've heard here, this is really a grant for identification of needs and then designs. But we know from experience that there's lots of things that we're going to find along the way that are like really quick fixes, things that we can do. I didn't see that in here. So I want to understand I want to confirm like that we have the opportunity to do some immediate improvements as we identify them, and we don't have to wait till the end of this project and then look for larger projects. So can you confirm, maybe it's not in this consultant's contract, but can you confirm that we have those opportunities?
Councilman Reynolds, if there are quick build, easy projects that can be done, there are other funding that are available that we can use for that purpose. I think only the projects that are significant cost implications, those are the ones that will go after grant funding and have these funnel designs and all that stuff.
Something that would
But
require
if it's a simple striping, simple crosswalks or minor improvements, we can implement that with other funding.
Got it, okay. The daylighting law was mentioned earlier. So as an example, if we're looking at a route to an elementary school and we see a corner that has sort of limited sight lines because of parking near the curbs, those are things with red paint or delineators that we would be able to fix during this sort of project's duration.
Absolutely,
Good.
yes.
Okay, those are my questions. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to go next. So the SS4A funds, are they in hand right now, or have we just been notified that we've been awarded, but the funds haven't been allocated?
go ahead.
So this is essentially like a pass-through type situation, right? So once we execute, this project is currently within our capital improvement program budget, but once we execute this agreement and we begin billing, we would then bill the government for those funds. We have not billed the government for those funds yet.
Okay.
We would do that as the project proceeded.
City Attorney, I would just flag that this is one of the programs that may or may not continue under the next administration, and so we'll want to be careful in our contracting to ensure that we're not out of pocket if the federal government decides to rescind the program.
Yeah, our contracts, PSAs, include a provision that allows us to cancel at any time to stop the work, especially if the funds become unavailable.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councilmember Bewley.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. And thank you, staff, for your work on this, and Mr. Thomas. Yeah, a couple of questions, and I think you may have touched on it. The way I'm reading this, and if you guys can clarify for me, it's a $541,774 annual contract, correct?
No, that's for the life of the contract.
Okay, because I saw annual, and then I saw it's a 2-year contract with additional 1 year, so I multiplied that times 4, and you're telling me I'm reading it wrong.
That's correct.
Okay, well, that's good news. Because then I did some more math here that we were about to walk through, and that short circuits that. And I like what I just heard as well. If these grant funds that are funding this somehow get withdrawn or revoked, we have the ability to step out of the contract.
Yes.
Okay. And again, just for clarification, we spend these funds, we get the action plan, but there'll be additional funding if we go forward with implementation?
The idea behind this specific grant is that we would have implementable projects that we can go back to this same program or other programs like the Active Transportation Program through the state of California and say we have essentially like turnkey projects ready to move forward to final design to build, and we would go after funding using this as an action plan.
Yeah. And it's my understanding as I get into government funding and these projects, a lot of them require, or they put you in a better position to obtain these grant fundings if you have done the engineering in advance.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councilmember Pettis, and then we'll go to Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, just a couple comments on task 3.1 stakeholder engagement as well as 3.3 community engagement. This is more just anecdotal comments that I want to speak to. So it talks about stakeholders from the Newport Mesa Unified School District, generally and our campuses specifically, including district and school administrators and teachers. I just want to make sure that we truly are involving the school district and the administrators. I'm not saying that we won't or we haven't. I'm going to say this is anecdotal and this isn't in my experience officially, but there is past issues that have involved the school, and there were many concerns from the community, actually just in my district, that the stakeholders weren't actually engaged. I'm not making a value judgment either way. It's just important to me. One of my major things for my district is engagement from the community. I'm trying to get everybody to get involved, and part of that is making sure they're aware of what's going on, which also brings me to the actual community engagement. There's a lot of good things here. It talks about community engagement strategy. It's not limited to, or exclusive to in-person or online public workshops, walking tours, at least one demonstration project, at least one safety workshop. I love all that. I just want to make sure that I'm on record that I want to make sure that we are appropriately not marketing, but involving the community, not just a mailer that they might throw away and we call that community engagement, but actual community engagement. So that's it. Thank you.
I'll just presume I can go next. I really want to ask questions about e-bikes because, I work at Sabre Youth, and I think about a quarter of our kids take e-bikes to school and to Soy. Does this plan how much is e-bike involvement part of this plan?
Yeah, so that's a great question, Councilmember Chavez. So the electric bicycle component is really handled in a separate CIP project. That's the Bicycle Safety Education Program, which is also at our campuses, including the Newport Beach campuses as well. And that has a heavy electric bike safety component. This project is particularly for the development of basically profiles of each school, including existing mode share to those campuses, and essentially how people are arriving at the campuses, and then implementable treatments, infrastructure treatments. So this really isn't an education plan at all.
Got it. I didn't mean so much education on e-bikes, just the reality is we have students on e-bikes going to school, and the reality is I see them not following the rules. So I'm just curious if this action plan takes into account e-bikes at all, or is it just primarily only pedestrians?
Just pedestrian and bicycles generally, but it will increase bicycle infrastructure or the ability to build bicycle infrastructure around campuses. It'll allow us to have implementable plans around those campuses. The education component is part of that bicycle safety education program.
Got it. Just for
Mayor Pro Tem Chavez, yeah. So yeah, the e-bike would be a part of the overall in a process of evaluating what improvements need to be made, and if there are improvements that are, that are bicycle related, they'll also benefit e-bikes. So we'll be looking into all that too.
Okay. I appreciate the clarification from both Mr. Tencio and from Dr. Rahman. I think I'm just coming to realization and accepting that e-bikes are here to stay, and I think any chance we have a chance to include that into projects is better for us than not, just because, again, I see every day students not following the rules or not following procedures, and I know that does impact pedestrians as well. But overall, thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you.
All right, if there's no further questions, we'll open it up to public comment.
Evening, Council, again. As a longtime former member of the Active Transportation Committee, Safe Routes to School has been kicking around for many years, so I'm really glad to see this make some more progress here with the design for improving safe routes, modifying maybe the routes, or making improvements, safety improvements to the existing routes. So wholeheartedly support this. I appreciate Councilwoman Reynolds' comments about if there's minor adjustments, safety improvements that can be made real time to the routes. Can we make those real time and not have to wait until the implementation phase? So I appreciate that. And I know many years ago there was a subcommittee on the active transportation that looked at safe routes. And I know Jim Erickson, David Martinez were on that subcommittee and made some recommendations to staff. So I would ask staff to resurrect that subcommittee report, and there's recommendations in there that I think are implementable, primarily, as I recall, from a safety standpoint, in increasing or improving the safety on existing routes. So again, ask staff to take a look at that. And again, very much in favor of this, and hopefully this will lead to submitting a grant for implementation money so that those routes can actually be, again, modified or improved from a safety standpoint. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I want to just enthusiastically support this and ask you to support this item. The current suggested routes to school that are on the city website have been in place since I was in elementary school, so they are a little bit outdated, and they are also called suggested and not safe routes to school. I do want to emphasize that. So it's very good that we are finally looking at providing safe routes to school, and that we are looking at providing safe routes for all of our schools. The previous plans did not include any of our high schools, so it's good that we're finally including those. And I'd also be very supportive of including the Newport Beach schools so that all Costa Mesa students can get to their schools safely. And Mr. Taboda has just reminded me of that report from the Active Transportation Committee, Subcommittee on Safe Routes to School. So I do encourage you guys to dig up that report. I do remember spending quite a bit of time on it. So I'd appreciate looking at that and getting the Active Transportation Committee more involved as well. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, Council. It's been a long night. I've already spoken a lot, but I just wanted to thoroughly thank you for working on this issue. You know, it's a little bit harder to extrapolate for Costa Mesa, but for California, the #1 cause of death for our children 5 to 17 years old is traffic violence, the #1 cause of death. And so many communities across Costa Mesa, or excuse me, across California aren't doing something about it, but we really are. We're trying to make sure that our kids can go from home to their schools to get an education and come back home safely. And I just can't thank you enough for making this a priority. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any speakers on Zoom?
Cynthia McDonald, please.
Hi, Cynthia, you have the floor.
Good evening again. Yeah, the safe routes to schools is something that the Active Transportation Committee has asked for practically since its inception. And it was surprising to see that our plans were only called suggested routes. I hope that the city requires Kenley Horn to follow the scope of work and make certain that all the tasks are completed. That did not happen with the pedestrian master plan, and we ended up with a deficient plan. Task 4.2 is important because we need a specific list of projects to improve the safety and accessibility around our schools. And that was missing for the PMP. So don't let this happen to this plan. I too appreciate Ms. Reynolds' comment about real-time improvements. At Paularino School, there are recent improvements adding a bulb out in the form of delimiters at the crosswalk that greatly improved the safety at that corner because that's a blind corner for people turning off of Coolidge onto Paularino right into the crosswalk where we've got little kids. So I appreciate our transportation department taking care of that on the fly. Thank you.
No further speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Right. Close public comment. We have a motion from Councilmember Reynolds.
My motion is to accept staff recommendation with the addition of the 4 schools mentioned, Newport Harbor, Ensign, Mariners, and Newport Heights, for the routes for Costa Mesa students. And then to authorize staff to increase the contingency amount that we would need to increase? Okay, to increase the contract amount to accommodate the additional schools and higher level of design up to the total grant value.
That would be the total budgeted amount, which includes the grant value plus the 20% matching.
To utilize the total grant value. Yeah, okay, thanks.
I'll second. Can I second, but ask for a friendly amendment that if for whatever reason the federal funding gets clawed back, that this get brought back immediately for us to look for ways to fund it through our budget?
Yes.
Okay, good. Oh, do you want to speak to the motion?
Yeah. Yeah, I won't go on. You guys have heard me for 6 years now talk about why I think this is really important. I will add that I do think that this is something that our community has been looking for and will be really happy to see. I get lots of requests related to traffic calming in neighborhoods and en routes to school. So I think our community will really welcome this as we engage parents. Really agree with Councilmember Pettis's comment about engaging parents and students in the community. You know, our transportation engineers will do a lot of the really good studies about what the right thing to do is, how to follow design, but getting the parents and students' perspective on what feels safe is going to be really important. So I appreciate that engagement component. I do want to say, I want to make sure that we really leverage the huge amount of foundational work we've done here through the active transportation plan, the pedestrian master plan, the local road safety plan. Like, we've done a lot of work in planning already, reports from our active transportation committee who've done walking audits at a lot of these schools already. We should be able to hit the ground running. Kimley Horn was our contractor for the local road safety plan. So that first phase of like catching up on where we are, that should be quick. We should move quickly on this. I want to get to the point where we're implementing projects, right? That's what creates safety, is when we're making the changes that we see we need to make in the field. So as much as we can really have a good feedback loop on the quick build projects and the fixes that are going to make those routes safer tomorrow, I want to really lean into that, and then, you know, get as fast as we can to the point where we've got designs that we can pursue funding for. But I'll circle back and just say again, when we talk about safety in our community, the routes to schools, for our students, whether they're walking or pedaling their bikes or pressing a button to push their bikes. This is a huge need and step for increased safety across our community, and I'm thrilled we're at the point where we get to get started on this work.
Yeah, it's a great opportunity to partner with our schools and our school district, and and I think keeping kids safe is terrific. I mean, I remember when I was a little boy in the 70s, we didn't have stuff like this. Somehow we managed to survive. We didn't have any safety, to my recollection, but it's amazing. It's amazing how we've evolved over the years, and we're taking these steps to keep our kids safe. So, wonderful motion, wonderful project. I fully support it. Okay, if there's no other comments, let's call for the question.
Motion carries 7-0.
All right, now all we have left is the commissions.
Just 1 minute, I had to reboot the system real quick. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Title is Appointments to the Arts, Parks, and Community Services and Planning Commissions. Every 2 years after an election, appointments are made to the commissions by the newly elected mayor and council members. For your consideration are appointments to the Planning Commission, Parks and Community Services Commission, and the Arts Commission. For the appointments, note that you may select a resident that resides anywhere in the district, anywhere within the city. It does not just have to be in your district. We will begin with first our appointments to the Arts Commission.
Excuse me, are we going to do a public comment?
Oh, okay, yes.
Okay, so.
Let's do that.
So you did that, so let's open up public comment. Yeah, for all commissions.
Yeah.
Good presentation. Did you know your presentation wasn't, we got a PowerPoint, but it didn't display? Are you aware of that?
Sort of?
I didn't see it. But that's okay. I didn't see it on either screen. It wasn't on either screen. It wasn't on the screen. Okay.
Oh, when I reset it, it probably didn't, but maybe it.
It's okay. We have it.
But I needed to have it on there.
I thought your presentation was excellent. Okay. Who wants to go first? Let's go. Jen, why don't you go, and then we'll go. Jen.
Thank you, City Council and staff. I know it's late. I just wanted to come to speak in favor of my friend and our existing District 6 Planning Commissioner, Russell Toller. In my view, a planning commissioner really needs three things. He needs a real passion for his city and its success, curiosity about how to bring that success about, and each needs to be tempered by loyalty to the rule of law. Commissioner Toller exemplifies all of these qualities. He loves this city. He grew up around here. He is raising his beautiful family here. He volunteers his time all over the place in this city and in his church. More than anyone I know, he embodies the command to seek the welfare of the city to which he has been sent. He's also a deeply curious person. In terms of policy, he is as well read as any in Costa Mesa's public life, present company excluded, of course. But he is also curious about how the city is working for all kinds of people in all walks of life. Although his professional life has him working with cities and urban planners and developers, he does not center their perspectives alone. He listens, he shows compassion to the residents that bring him their concerns. But passion and curiosity are not enough for a position like a planning commissioner, who must also work as a lawmaker and as a judge. And here is where Commissioner Toller has most impressed me. I have seen him show fidelity to the law, even when I know that he did not love the result. He has never allowed his dreams for Costa Mesa to subsume the integrity of his position or his duty to be objective. So in this, I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank him for his 4 years of service. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner.
Thank you. Speaking on behalf of myself, I'm not going to speak in favor of any candidates, though I will say that Mr. Toller and Mr. Knocker are both excellent choices. I did want to just ask the technical question of why the mayor's appointments extend into January of 2029. Why are they 4-year terms when the mayor serves a 2-year term? That's my only question. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Good evening, Council. I just wanted to, I was going to make just one small point, but I will make now two in relation to what Jen Tanaka mentioned. The first one I want to mention is just that I think that there needs to be consideration of merit for the position of planning commissioner and other commissioner positions, which means that I would really encourage us to look at people who actually made an effort and putting into the application, wrote more than 4 sentences. So I would actually highly encourage you all to consider people who put real effort into the application. And then I will kind of review my cards and agree with Ms. Tanaka on the point about Russell Toller, who is both a friend, an incredible, I think, land use professional, but also a certified land use professional. I believe is an AICP certified land use planner. And so while I'm not necessarily advocating for him, I think he's an incredibly qualified candidate. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Mayor Stevens, members of the City Council, good evening. I wanted to take a brief opportunity to introduce myself to those of you who don't know me. My name is Brendan Ford. I'm one of the applicants for the Arts Commission here for the City of Costa Mesa. I live in District 2 of Costa Mesa, and I'm a business owner that's also located in District 2 in Costa Mesa. I've been involved in the Costa Mesa arts community since 2006, first with the then Orange County Performing Arts Center and their business partnership, then with the Segerstrom Center for many years thereafter. I've performed at various places, including South Coast Repertory and other things. I'm a singer. You probably may recognize me from singing here the national anthem on a couple of occasions. I've sung now for 3 years straight the 3rd of July celebration at the Orange County Fairgrounds for Costa Mesa. And I'm very, very passionate about the arts, both personally and on behalf of the community. We all live here in the city of the arts, and so I just want to take this brief opportunity to introduce myself, let you know how eager I am to serve and contribute in any way I can, and answer any questions that you may have. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. DeVota.
Good evening. I'm still working on, there you go. So I second Jen Tanaka's comments and for Russell Toller, and I would also support him for the Planning Commission. I've worked with him on a local nonprofit on the same board, And I've also worked with Jen Tanaka on the same board for that local nonprofit, so I would support her also for planning commissioner. I've known Jen for several years. We were on the FIPAC together when she was a member of FIPAC. She's made many comments to council. Very intelligent, very engaged, cares about the community. I think she would be a great planning commissioner also. I'd also like to support Cheyenne Wright for PACS Commission, Parks and Community Services Commission, I guess it is. I've attended several of those commission meetings. She's always engaged, she's always prepared, she asks us good questions, has good suggestions. She cares about community input, what other people think, and she's very proactive. Proactiveness is a big thing with me, and I really appreciate her proactiveness on the commission. So I appreciate consideration for those three people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Good evening, council members. My name is Jake Hewson. I'm a commission applicant. And anyways, I just wanted to introduce myself and thank you all for today. This is my first city council meeting, but I've been very impressed with everybody's, the breadth of the different issues you guys take on and really the care that you've given it. So thank you and nice to meet you all.
Thank you. Anybody on Zoom?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Phone number ending in 714, please.
714, you have the floor. Seven one four. Yeah, 714. Is that
We'll go into the next one. Cynthia McDonald.
Cynthia? You have the
Hello?
floor. Yes.
Okay, there's 714.
Oh, is that 714? Okay.
Yes, yes.
You
I'm
got
sorry.
it. Okay.
You know, many of us in this last week and these last few days have been impacted by the national events in Washington, the cronyism, the billionaire bros, and the good old boys club. And I'm concerned that here in Costa Mesa, we might be having the same attitude. Former Councilman Harlan was rejected by District 6, which is unusual for an incumbent versus a community member. The mayor made it dramatically clear on former Councilman Harlan's last day, almost crying while hugging and acknowledging that Harlan was his BFF, his partner in city activities, and his golfing buddy. Then to turn around and have him as a nominee for Planning Commission is sort of locally smacking of cronyism. He is an attorney for developers, had his clients some very large projects within Costa Mesa, which if he were on Planning Commission would generate conflict. As a resident in District 6, we felt we were underrepresented and wanted new representation on the council. To appoint him with so many other candidates is questionable and lacking in ethics. I realize that the city has no adopted city ethics policy, but maybe there should be a consideration in these times of questioning government, including our local city. So I think we need to invoke some ethics and some true show of how we have no bias and that, quote, the fix is not in. Thank you.
Cynthia McDonald, please.
Cynthia, you have the floor.
Okay, see if my voice holds out here. So last night on The Daily Show, I watched Brooke Harrington, a professor at Dartmouth University who specializes in economic sociology, and talking about Trump and his what she called broligarchs. And it reminded me of the Righeimer regime, where we saw a steady stream of cronyism when appointing people to Planning and Parks Commissions, Pension Committee, and so on. We had high hopes in 2018 that the new city council would stop that practice, only to be disappointed when we saw you continue it. Now, I was on a committee for a long time, probably too long. And I realize now, and I'm glad that others took over, hey, I can go on vacation whenever I want. Tonight, you have the opportunity to appoint some fresh faces to these commissions, and I hope you do. in terms of some of the people we've seen before, especially Mr. Harlan. It's time to stop using the Planning Commission as some sort of purgatory for candidates rejected by the public who you want to run in the next election. He did not get reelected for several reasons. Please appoint someone who truly has the best interest of Costa Mesa residents at heart versus someone who wants to give free rein to developers. And yes, they are his clients. Stop the cronyism. And yes, do adopt an ethics policy. It's greatly needed. Thank you.
Next speaker, Russell Toller.
Russell, you have the floor.
Okay, good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. I'm sorry I'm not present there. I was there for the first 2 hours, but I tapped out. I'm sorry. So I just wanted to call in and say that it's been an honor to serve on the Planning Commission for the past 4 years, and thank those of you up there who entrusted me with that role. I think I've done a good job for the city in that role, and I enjoyed it more than I thought I would. I submitted my application, as you've seen, for another term. I did that because I understand how planning works, I care about, and I'm optimistic about the future of Costa Mesa. And I believe that the quality of our commissions really affect the quality of our future. However, when I submitted my application, I was unaware that Jen Tanaka had also applied. And I would not feel comfortable up there knowing that someone as smart and capable and committed as Jen could be up there instead. So I'd like to rescind my application and voice my full support for Jen. If you read her application, if you've paid attention to her written and spoken comments over the last several years, you know that she is by far the best person to be appointing the District 6 seat. She's one of the smartest people I know. She's very good at working civilly with people of different political persuasions. She has a commanding knowledge of how cities work. I say this as a planner. And she really knows specifically how this city works, more than anybody I know, really. So that I ask tonight that you pass over me and make sure that we get District 6 resident Jen Tanaka to serve on the Planning Commission because she's the best person for the job. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else on Zoom?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Closed public comment? Okay, now. Madam Clerk.
All right, thank you. Okay, we will begin with the Arts Commission, and I do want to clarify that the mayor's appointment is for a 2-year term. And then each appointee requires a motion and a second. The first appointment will be by Mayor Stevens, followed by council members Bewley, Gameros, and Pettis. And for this commission, 3 of the seats or the appointees can be art affiliated. They do not need to live in the city. So let's see, the first one. This will be by the mayor, please.
Deborah Wondercheck.
Second. We can do this online on the screen now.
Oh, sorry, make a motion? Deborah Wondercheck. Well, Deborah is the current chair, and she's terrific, Arts and Learning Conservatory in Costa Mesa, and having her on the commission is one of the reasons why I wanted to allow non-residents to be there. There's really no one better. Let's go.
Okay. Councilmember Gameros and Bewley, please.
This is for arts, right?
Yes.
Right. So, no, hold on one second. We're voting on mine. So
We're
just
voting on
vote.
the
You
mayor's appointment.
vote. We'll just vote on Deborah. It's all good.
Motion carries 7-0. The next will be council members Bewley, please.
The mics aren't working.
Oh, wait, is it? Yeah. Hold on one second, Mike. There's something wrong with the mics. I've got it on discussion mode. Did you push? No, it's not working. It's not lighting up. Yours isn't either?
No, but yours, Mayor.
No one's but mine? Okay.
Not really fair, you know?
No, it's not. Well, it is on discussion mode. I tell you what, why don't we do this? Why don't we do, no, don't raise your voice because they won't be able to hear you. Now push request to speak. Okay, there we go. Let's try that. Okay, now try. No. It doesn't work. I guess we have to, do we have to take a break? Fix the mics?
Give me 1 minute, let me sign back out.
Well, why doesn't everybody just, no, why doesn't everybody just say, well, why don't you come over here and use my mic? So when it's your turn, just use this mic.
And actually, I'm glad the mic is working, because after all that, there were a couple words I wanted to say. One, I think it speaks very well of our community that there were so many qualified applicants. I think there was 12 for parks, there was 16, I'm going to say this not before each one, 16 for parks, 12 for the arts, and another 16, I'm confusing my paperwork, 17 for the Planning Commission. And just part of my process, I didn't take this lightly. I went through and read each and every one, and then kind of culled out the 2 or 3 that I had in the running at that point, and I took the time to contact each of them. And I just wanted to thank everybody who stuck their neck out there to be of service to the city and to be engaged, and I appreciate that. And with that, I would nominate Allison Mann, who's an incumbent right now, and I'll just leave it at that right now.
Okay, you need a second for that? Okay. Thank you.
Okay, seconded by Councilmember Reynolds. Let's call for the question.
Mayor, yeah, there you go. Motion carries 7-0. My next Councilmember Gameros, please.
Councilmember Ramirez. Yeah.
So I just want to thank all the applicants that spent the time to apply to serve our community. It means a lot, and I want to thank you. So my appointment for Arts Commission is going to be Brendan Ford.
Seconded by Chavez. Let's call for the question.
Councilmember Gameros, if you could just, thank you. Motion carries 7-0.
Excellent.
All right, and the next item is by Councilmember Pettis.
I echo what my fellow council members and mayor had to say about it's a tough choice, a lot of qualified candidates going based on experience and applicable skill sets. My choice for arts is incumbent Fisher Derderian.
Seconded by Councilmember Reynolds. Call for the question.
Mayor, please.
Oh, sorry.
Motion carries 7-0. All right. Next, we will make appointments to the Parks and Community Services Commission. We'll start with Mayor Stevens, please.
My pick for the Parks Commission is incumbent Cheyenne Wright. She's done a great job on the commission at this point. Very proud of her work and happy to nominate her for another term.
Okay, there we go.
Seconded by Councilmember Reynolds, and we can call for the question.
Mayor Stevens, oh, there you go. Motion carries 7-0. And then we're going for the next one. Councilmember Pettis, please. We're rotating.
Fancy.
So my selection for Parks is based on his experience, education, and passion for parks, and it's Jason Kamala.
Seconded by Chavez. A call for the question.
There you go. Motion carries 7-0. And then we'll do Councilmember Bewley.
Certainly my nomination for Parks is Jake Huson.
Seconded by Chavez. Call for the question.
Councilmember Chavez and Mayor Stevens, please. There you go. Motion carries 7-0. And then Councilmember Gameros, please.
So Councilmember Gameros has informed me that he wants to nominate Brandis Lee. Is it Leger? Ledger, sorry. And seconded by Mar. A call for the question. Mayor Pro Tem, please.
Sorry, I'm voting yes, but it's not really.
Thank you. Motion carries 7-0. And we also have one additional appointment by Councilmember Mar, as Commissioner Wall vacated the seat in November 2024.
Liz Dorn Parker.
She says Liz Dorn Parker.
I'll second if motion ready.
Seconded by Chavez. Call for the question.
Mayor, there you go. Mayor Pro Tem.
Sorry.
Motion carries 7-0. Okay. Through all those. Okay. Hold on, there we go. Next will be the Planning Commission. And first appointment by Mayor Stevens.
Okay, so I'm going to do Jeff Harlan. I just want to say a few things because his name got mentioned in the public comments. So Jeff is definitely Jeff Harlan is definitely my very good friend, but he's much more than that in terms of this particular nomination. When we did a call for all, everyone of the community to come apply for the commissions in 2017, of all the people that applied, he got the highest rating of anybody. Served in that capacity, including becoming the vice chair during some of the more difficult times of the city, including through all the sober living home applications, and was instrumental in getting our city through the sober living home applications, including the Ohio House application that recently we got a favorable ruling at the Ninth Circuit. Then he went on to serve with distinction on the city council, including as a member of the ad hoc for Measure K with some of the other council members here. And he is a land use attorney as the council, with a different composition in 2017 agreed. He's very, very competent and qualified to be on the Planning Commission. He's my appointment. Gameros seconds. Call for the question.
Mayor Stevens,
Sorry.
please. Yes. Motion carries 7-0.
Excellent. Okay.
All right, then the next one will be Councilmember Gameros.
Can I just defer?
Yeah. Johnny Rojas, incumbent. And I second. Call for the question.
Mayor Stevens, motion carries 7-0. Councilmember Pettis, please.
Man, this is a brutal choice. There's a lot of qualified applicants on that list. I'm going based on past experience, former chair, former co-chair, demonstrated ability, and lots of knowledge. My selection is Robert Dixon.
Okay, it's, Pettis is made the motion, I seconded it. Call for the question. Okay,
Motion carries 4-3. Councilmember Reynolds, Mar, and Gameros voting no.
okay.
And the last one?
Last one is Councilmember Bewley.
And I'm nominating the incumbent, John Zeke. John was a wealth of information and has just shown me just a great deal of involvement. And anyways, I'm just looking forward to having him on the commission.
Okay. Seconded by Chavez. Call for the question.
Councilmember Pettis. There you go. Mayor Stevens.
Oh, sorry.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, so hold on, don't anybody leave, we're done, but we have to adjourn on behalf of the four individuals who we mentioned earlier. So we're adjourning in memory of, and honor in memory of Mark Murphy from Orange, Jimmy Carter, Jim Ortiz, and Juan Chavez Garcia. May they all rest in peace.